You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, everyone. It's May the 21st, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net as well as 420pace.ca. As you can see, Cindy is off today, but she will return next week. And as far as weather-wise, we can just talk a little bit about weather before we get started. I can see I got some blue sky out there today, but just a little warning for people who like to get their plants out on the May 2-4 weekend. I don't know where you guys live or where you're located, but I know here in Ontario, last night, frost warnings. Tonight, frost warnings again. They're talking about feeling like -1. You know, big plants, no problem. They can handle it. But if you've got just little weed seedlings going out there, you may want to protect them or just maybe wait. I know myself, I wait till June the 1st. I take the last week, which is starting now, of May, and I use that time to harden my plants, get them prepared to go out in the sun, and that is what's going on today. So other than that, don't forget to like and share the program, and make sure you especially share us on Facebook, because we're still dealing with the old Facebook restrictions. They don't recommend us anymore. Something to do about news. They just don't like cannabis news, I guess, or maybe, maybe psychedelic news. But either way, we are here, and I have got 6 stories today. And the first story we got for the day comes to us from Canadian Affairs. And the headline on that story says that Canada's psychedelic therapy gap widens as U.S. moves ahead. Now, in April, U.S. President Donald Trump signed an order to accelerate the research and review of psychedelic drugs for medical treatment. The goal is to help people with serious mental illnesses, including military veterans, to assess treatment faster, to access it, get in there quicker. The government is putting $50 million towards this research. Meanwhile, here in Canada, regulatory caution persists. Most psychedelic therapies remain confined to clinical trials and limited treatment programs, even as demand grows. According to David Facinito, he's a veteran and the executive director of Heroic Hearts Project here in Canada. He says, "I like to think that the U.S. decision will add to the chorus of voices in Canada who are advocating for more research and more access to psychedelics. But ultimately, I'm not sure if these developments will have any impact on the regulatory system." Now, in Canada, psychedelic substances are largely off limits to the public. This results in many veterans seeking treatment for PTSD or brain injuries abroad or underground, according to a study by the University of Calgary and Heroic Hearts Canada has shown. They say if veterans don't have a door to walk through, they're going to create one, says Pasadena. Now, in Canada, researchers and healthcare professionals can get regulatory approval to use certain psychedelics in clinical trials or to treat conditions that have been resistant to other conditions. I believe that's called the SAP program. But sources say the process for obtaining approval is erroneous. It is. It's terrible, 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 terrible. We know patients very well here on the show, often as far as on one of the shows on the network. And yeah, she's always fighting for her right to her psychedelic, her mushrooms in order to treat her pain, so and other conditions. So let's see. They say that Olga Chernos, a neuroscientist and clinical pharmacist at the University of Ottawa, helped establish ketamine-assisted clinical trials in Canada in 2020-21. It was very difficult, they say, about the approval process. We would need rounds and rounds of meetings to determine who would put their signature under this. Regulatories are still rather apprehensive, she's added. Everyone is looking for someone else whose experience could be followed and pointed towards. Now, Canadian experts and researchers are already used in psychedelic training initiatives and trauma care programs abroad. This includes emerging work in Ukraine soldiers and veterans, Canadian Affairs reported in December. And in March of 2026, Liberal MP Marcus Pawlowski introduced a private members bill that seeks to reduce bureaucratic delays for clinicians seeking psychedelic assisted therapies. All right, on the go. And they're also working to launch a government-funded pilot program for veterans that would improve psychedelic therapy while collecting evidence to inform future policy. I've said that about the cannabis file. You know, the patients have been using this legally for medical purposes for basically 26 years now. And that's a lost opportunity where the government could have been obtaining clinical information on a volunteer basis by people here in Canada. And, you know, if they're going to do that for psychedelics, they should. If they're even thinking about it, it's something that they should do. It's an opportunity for them to gain some actual patient input on this. So, all righty. From that story, going to move on to the next one as it loads. And this one's coming to me from Green State. Come on. I can see it loading in the background there. There it is. There we go. There we go. Get the headline in there. There we go. Is marijuana medicine or menace? Trump officials seem split, they say. Well, the Trump administration appears to be sending mixed signals on cannabis policy. Even as the administration signals support for cannabis rescheduling, officials continue warning about cannabis-related crime, health risk, and federal illegality. The contradiction has become more apparent in recent comments from White House officials and health leaders. On one hand, the administration's move to reclassify certain medical cannabis products as Schedule III suggests a federal shift towards recognizing cannabis potential in medicine. Rescheduling cannabis to Schedule III should ease federal restrictions on research and medical access, but adult use cannabis would remain illegal under federal law. On the other hand, officials continue to emphasize that cannabis is criminalized under federal law while touting its perceived risks. For example, a White House fact sheet said rescheduling aligns with the Department of Health and Human Services position that cannabis has accepted medical use, a major departure from Class 1 classification, and something that we don't even have here in Canada yet. So they say, but the White House's 2026 National Drug Control Strategy also included cannabis in its broader plan to defeat the scourge of illegal drugs. The document warns that high-potency cannabis poses serious risks and links its use to psychosis and suicide. Meanwhile, Office of the National Drug Control Policy Director Sarah Carter directly stated that despite rescheduling, cannabis is still illegal, which it is. Carter also warned about illegal cannabis grows, cartel activity, and foreign linked operations, reinforcing the administration's tougher rhetoric around cannabis enforcement. The conflicting messages framing cannabis as both medicine and a public danger could create confusions for patients, cannabis businesses, and state regulators trying to interpret federal policy. In one context, cannabis is framed as medicine. In another, is treated as a dangerous illegal drug. The result is not a simple pro-cannabis or pro or anti-cannabis position. Instead, officials appear to support limited medical access while maintaining traditional tough on drugs posture. That balancing act may be politically useful, but it also leaves patients, businesses, and voters with an unclear picture of the administration's broader cannabis policy. Well, it's almost like speaking out of both sides of your mouth at the same time. And yeah, that's what I am seeing, and that's what we're reporting here on Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I make sure that I keep people informed of what's going on in the U.S. when it comes to cannabis, because it's obviously it has huge benefits worldwide because of so much over the years where cannabis has been used by the U.S. government to have countries bend their way, hold back funds, as it did in Jamaica, because Jamaica was going to legalize it years ago. But then the U.S. government came in and said, hey, you do that, then we're going to do this, blah, 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 and take away a bunch of stuff. And the country at that time never did do it. So, all righty, got one more story before I go to break. And this one here, it is coming to me from Entrepreneur. And the headline on it says, researchers create high temperature stable hemp plastic. Now, researchers at the University of Connecticut and Purdue University have developed a non-toxic hemp plastic derived from CBD. The study, published last month in the journal Chem Circuitry, demonstrated a stretchy, high-derived thermoplastic that can extend up to 1,600% of its size with a high glass transition temperature, which allows the alternative plastic to stay dry and durable when coming in contact with boiling water. It is the first time a hemp-based polycarbon material has shown high temperature stability and melt processability at this scale. Now, in a statement, Gregory Sotzing, one of the study authors and a UConn Department of Chemistry professor, says that very few, if any, plastics made from natural resources have the glass transition temperature quality. The high derived plastic could replace common materials made from petrol-based materials such as polyethylene terephthlates, called PETs, including transparent films, coatings, water bottles, food packaging, and substrates for flexible electronics. That's cool. Now, author Mukram Kakmak of Purdue University says the research establishes CBD-based polycarbonates as sustainable replacements for widely used thermoplastics, such as the PETs, the PETs. And it goes on to say that we have developed a rigorous processing science framework that links molecular architecture to melt processability, orientation development, and stretchability without compromising manufacturing of it. Now, Kakmak says in a statement, he says that. Now, Solzing noted that the plastic can be easily recycled chemically with a base and without enzymes, and that the CBD could be recovered in the recycling process. Now, the researchers note that there is not currently enough CBD being produced worldwide to fully replace the PETs for plastics, but that hemp could be cultivated solely for that purpose. Well, if there's not enough being produced now, then they should get more farmers producing it so that we could make this change, which is obviously a much better way of going instead of with the polycarbonates and using oil to make plastic to wrap our food in. This, yeah, I know this doesn't sound right, does it? Wrapping your food in plastic made with oil. I'd rather make it with plastic that comes from a hemp plant. So, all right, folks, it is time for me to take a break. I'll be back in, I don't know, as normal, about 3 minutes. And other than that, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. For those who are just joining us now, as you can see, I'm alone. Cindy is off today, and she will return on Monday. But other than that, I got 3 more stories to go to round up the day, and we're going to get started right here with one from Marijuana Moment. The headline there, as you see, says, Louisiana, bill to jail people for smoking marijuana near college campuses passes and heading to governor's desk. Louisiana lawmakers have voted to send the governor a bill that threatens to send people to jail for 1 year if they smoke cannabis within 2,000 feet of a school property, including a college campus. That's right. 1 year in jail for smoking cannabis a almost half a mile from a college, as well as schools. Now, the legislation from Rep. Gabe Berman was passed by the Senate in a 23-10 vote on Monday, after having cleared the Senate last month. It next heads to the desk of Governor Jeff Landry, whose staff previously testified in favor of the measure at a committee hearing. Now, HB 568 applies to people who violate drug laws while smoking, vaping, or otherwise abusing such controlled dangerous substances while on any property used for school purposes by any school within 2,000 feet of any such property or while on a school bus. Ferment previously told senators at a House committee hearing that his bill strengthens enforcement of Louisiana drug-free school zone laws by creating a clear behavior-based offense, so that when somebody is openly smoking or vaping illegal drugs in the school zone, law enforcement can act and prosecutors can prove the case. For cannabis, the bill establishes a clear and consistent penalty, up to 1 year in jail and $1,000 fine, ensuring that violation of school zones results in real enforcement consequences. Kevin Caldwell, Southeast Legislative Manager for the pro-legalization marijuana policy project, the MPP, said that the group is disappointed that lawmakers passed the bill. In almost all urban as well as suburban areas of the state, this is a return to the failed policies of mass incarceration for cannabis. Exactly. Historically, data shows us these punitive penalties fall on the working people and people of color. The arbitrary area, rarely, if ever properly marked, is a geographic trap. The idea to make public consumption a felony is not based on reason. It is not in line with the nature of the offense. The language is particularly vague for a felony charge. This flies in the face of polls that continue to show that the citizens of Louisiana want to see prohibition end, not ramp up enforcement. Caldwell says this legislation was a priority of the Governor Jeff Landry, who personally lobbied state representatives and senators to pass this legislation without any amendments. A major step backwards for Louisiana. It is major step backwards. You're going to find somebody and put them in jail for up to a year because they smoked a friggin' joint half a mile away from a university or a school. You tell me what any smell from a cannabis joint can be still smelled a friggin' half a mile away. Stupid, ridiculous bill. And all it's going to do is keep incarcerating people just like they said. It's putting things back to 1950 that does no good whatsoever. You got crap like that going on. And then you've got something like this. This is a headline coming to me from Marijuana Moment, and it is so true. Marijuana legalization is linked to significant reductions in opioid overdoses, federally funded study finds. You got a state like Louisiana that are putting people in jail for a year for consuming cannabis that far away, but you got another state or a study here showing that it's saving lives. Save lives or throw people in jail. What would you rather have? I'm sure there's a lot of us that would rather see lives being saved, especially right now when there's an opioid epidemic going on in the U.S. and basically all across North America. And they're throwing people in jail. Those could be people who are medicating. They want to put them in jail. All right, on with this. States that legalize medical and recreational cannabis see significant reductions in opioid overdoses among adults with employer-sponsored health insurance, indicating that substitution effect may be at play, according to a new federally funded study. While numerous studies have linked state legalization to reduce opioid deaths, researchers at the University of Kentucky's College of Public Health said their data is the first of its kind to identify an association between cannabis access and non-fatal opioid poisonings. The study, published in the journal Preventative Medicine Reports, analyzed claims data on 107 million commercially insured adults aged 18 to 64 from all 50 states and Washington from 2011 to 2021. 107 million people. So don't tell me it's a small study. Medical cannabis dispensaries and adult use cannabis legalization was associated with significant reductions in non-fatal opioid poisonings in the employer sponsored by insurance population. Specifically, access to medical cannabis dispensaries and recreational cannabis laws were associated with 15% and 12% reduction in non-fatal opioid overdoses per 100,000 enrollees per quarter, respectively. The reductions tied to medical dispensaries were significant for both men and women, especially notable among younger adults between the ages of 18 and 34, who saw a 23.2% reduction, the researchers found. Now, these findings suggest that expanded access to cannabis through the MCD and the RCL, which are the medical cannabis dispensaries, and the cannabis laws, is associated with lower fatal opioid overdoses among adults with employer-sponsored insurance, the study says. And greater cannabis access through the MCDs and RCL may reduce overdoses in heavily impacted populations, indicating possible substitution of cannabis for opioids. We have seen it. There's cannabis substitution programs here in Canada that have that as proof. They see it all the time. I know one right here on the network who has had a program, who ran a program and saw patients get access and saw patients get benefits and saw patients get off of prescription drugs because of the fact that they used cannabis. Cannabis can save lives for people who are dealing with opioids. And boy, am I ever glad that my doctor listened to me and agreed with my decision not to use opioids during my worst of my days of my Crohn. So glad we use a non-stat, death stat, possible death stat, or an addiction stat. So, all righty, last story of the day. This one is coming to me from Leafly. The headline on that says, babes exposed to cannabis in the womb show no signs of impaired brain development, according to a study. Children exposed to cannabis in the womb do not show signs of impaired cognitive or language development by age 3, according to new research that challenges concerns about prenatal cannabis use. The study, published in the journal Early Human Development, found that children with prenatal cannabis exposure actually scored higher on language assessments than unexposed children and performed equally well on cognitive tests. Recent data shows that past month cannabis use amongst pregnant women in the U.S. has grown from 4% in 2002 to 7% in 2017, and daily use during pregnancy increased from 1% to 3.5% in the same period. This prompted the multinational team of researchers from King's College London, Cambridge University, Aalborg University, and the University of Oslo to hypothesize that children exposed to cannabis while developing in the womb would develop cognitive and language issues by the age of 3. The study analyzed data from Danish families registered with families. It's an awful long name there. Let's just say it's a family outreach clinic, is what it is, which continuously monitored children of families deemed vulnerable or high risk from early pregnancy until the child reaches school age. The cohort consisted of 810 Danish children born between the years of 2009 and 2015 who were not diagnosed with conditions such as fetal alcohol syndrome or epilepsy, as these conditions would negatively affect the outcome of language and cognitive assessments. Children were split into 4 groups based on their exposure during just while they're in the room. They said 106, about 13%, were exposed to cannabis only. 138 or 17% were exposed to tobacco only. And 14% or 112 of them were exposed to both. And 454 were registered as not being exposed to either substance. And that was 56% of them. Now, researchers found that children with prenatal cannabis exposure achieved a higher Bailey language scale score of 3.26 points than those in the group who were not exposed to cannabis. And they found that exposure to tobacco did not worsen this outcome. These new findings are similar to those of a previous study, which found that children exposed in utero to cannabis had better development scores at age 2 than those who weren't exposed, although this difference had disappeared by the following year's assessments. The authors of the current study stress that their findings do not mean cannabis is safe to consume during pregnancy, and that it is unlikely that doing so causes children to have better cognitive or language skills than those who were not exposed. Their findings, they say, could be linked to the family and society environments the child was brought up in. They say it is unclear why children in the cannabis and the cannabis plus tobacco groups were slightly better off on language development compared with the other groups. We consider it unlikely that this was due to a solitary effect of cannabis on neurocognitive development and speculate instead that this could have to do with unmeasured factors that may have differentiated the family and social environments of the children in the 4 groups, according to the study. Now, I hope that they do further study to find out, is it the family and society environments that make the difference? Just to find out whether that they say is a possibility, well, let's find out. Find out whether it is the cannabis that is giving these children a better score for those first few years, or is it something else? This is the environmental reasons. So who knows? We'll just keep an eye out for that and see what happens. Maybe something down the road will come available. So, all right. Other than that, that's it. I am done. I've got through my 6 stories for today. Other than that, I just got to thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in to the broadcast. Don't forget, like, share, all that stuff. And whether we're on YouTube or Facebook or wherever. And thanks to our sponsors, Camelford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca and the Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And in closing, we'd like to say thank you all for watching, so on and so forth. And as I always say, do not forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Fields of green grow wild and free. Whispers of hope in every tree. Gold in the fiber, strong and true. Impose the magic we never knew. Roots run deep where the sun will shine. Leaves so bold breaking through the line. It's not just a plan, it's a beating heart, giving us strength to make a fresh start. Empire, let's rise and soar. A brighter future knocking at our door. Wrap the world in threads of gold. Hem's a story waiting to be told. Making dreams from its endless strand. Bricks and all our human power heal. Feel so alive, it's a real deal. Here comes the wind, it's blowing our way. Hemp in the air, it's a brand new day. Up we climb on this endless road. Hemp keeps weaving a world full of hope. Hemp high, let's rise and soar. A brighter future knocking at our door. Wrap the world in threads of gold. Hemp's a story waiting to be told.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own. The group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Wake up, wake up, brother. Tune in, it's the high guys. Let the good vibes begin. Yeah. Yeah. 2 hours on the line is a Tuesday thing. 10 Eastern on the dot when the hotline ring. Got the headlines hot, got the jokes on cue. Little puff up perspective in your daily news. Hi guys podcast. Tuesday at 10. News, reviews.
I like that one. What happened to where Al is gone? Al left.
Still here. I'm still here. I am lagging big time.
I
guess.
pulled you in there.
Did you? Because I hit both buttons.
Well, it didn't work,
It didn't. I see that. But we're here.
and we're high.
Yeah, I went out for a walk this morning, walked around the pond, smoked a doobie.
I have not been out yet. It's been a really heavy pain couple of days because it's raining a lot.
Oh,
It was snowing last night.
snowing.
It was a wet snow. But
Yeah.
yeah,
No, we had highs of 27, 30 degrees.
Oh, we were up to 24 the other day, as far as my weather center says.
Yeah. And I was out there over the weekend doing stuff outside in the yard, wearing long pants so I don't get sunburned. And I have these gardening sleeves that I put on that I got sent to me from Limestone City Hydroponics. And you slip them on and they're UV protective, and they go up to your shirt sleeve on your t-shirt.
Oh, neat.
So I was riding around on the rider, cutting the grass, all protected. So I thought, I wake up in the middle of the night, my friggin' back of my neck is burning.
Put some cannabis on it.
Yeah. So here I thought I was protected, but I wasn't completely protected. That's what happens when you get your hair cut. You shorten it off. You get your neck is exposed.
Yeah, most people forget to put sunscreen on their neck. But it's just as important. I'm just organizing myself here. It's just as important as your arms and your legs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Fortunately, I have a yellow skin. I have an olive skin.
Yeah.
And I brown really quick. And unless I'm an idiot, I don't burn very much.
Oh, I can be outside for half an hour and start to fry.
I think that's from years and years and years of childhood and adult sitting at the lake watching the air show for 8 hours on a Saturday in the summer in Toronto.
I don't know. I spent a lot of time outside going.
I used to burn bad.
Yeah, I've always burned. I'd miss time at work because I got friggin' burned over the weekend.
Speaking of the air show, Al.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard this. I'm very upset.
I have.
Because of the age of the Canadian snowbirds, our acrobatic team that I've been watching in the skies over Toronto, of the age season.
Yes, yes. I seen the headline online stating that they are getting aged and it's time for
I think they were born in 1967. Those aircraft.
wow. But
Yeah.
was there any mention? I never read the article. I just saw the headlines. Is there any mention in any of the articles whether they were going to replace those planes or was that going to just be done?
I don't know. They did not say that. The article was about the age of the plane that I saw, or the planes, and the fact that they are seriously considering retiring them as of next year, 2027, because of the age. Now, my feelings on it is, if this happens, whether or not they retire the planes and bring new, like if they hooked up some F-14s maybe and painted them up like that might work. No, I wouldn't mind seeing a bunch of acrobatic F-14s.
I don't know. Is an F-14? Is it acrobatic? I don't know anything about these planes.
I don't know how acrobatic they are. Like the jets that the snowbirds use are trainers.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, if they were able to go upside down in a double winged plane back like the Wright brothers style plane, then I'd almost think almost every plane could go upside down.
The Blue Angels are jets, not trainers. They're jets. So if the Blue Angels can do it, I'm sad because unfortunately I think because I've been going to the air show literally all my life up until the season before I moved up here. Okay. I went with my parents and then my sister and then a friend's son and then with my kids. Right. And I think that it's going to be done because the decline, it's even I got bored at the last one. I watch it every year here.
What's the attendance? What's the attendance like?
I have no idea, Al. I don't. I for the last few years, they stream it now on the Saturday.
Less people would go then.
Well, I would think so. I think that's why they don't stream it on the Monday. They stream it on Saturday and Sunday, but not the Monday, because the Monday is the big one, I guess.
Yeah.
So I watch it here. I put it on, but I get bored with it now. And I love jets. I love the sound of a jet. I love the rumble that you feel when they go screeching by. I was unfortunately at the air show when the Nimrod went down, unfortunately. So I have seen a crash in
yes.
About 100 feet from where I was standing.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, it was just off the edge of the island. Right. So.
Right. And you're on the island.
No, I was in my usual spot where we've been sitting just outside the VIP area on the shoreline there.
Yeah, I think I only saw them live maybe once or twice when I was younger, and that's about it.
Oh, it's something. I mean, we used to go there, and we used to go to Hamilton. My dad would take us to Hamilton now and then.
Yeah.
When we were younger. I miss that. I miss it. But anyways, I thought I'd bring that up since we were talking about I don't know what brought it up. But
probably because it was in the news.
It was in the news.
It was in the news. Yeah, exactly.
As the title of the show states, I am I. So, I
guess I got a question for you.
Okay.
Oh, what are you smoking?
What am I smoking? I have I'm glad you asked. I have some frosted cherry from Potluck because, as I mentioned, my pain is really high.
Mhm.
So I figured a high THC and a high CBD, right,
Right.
might do some good. So this has got, I'm just trying to read the damn thing, 29.909% THC and 0.17 CBD.
Oh, fully loaded.
Well, no, sorry, 1.7
1.7. Well, you know, that's
And-
higher than normal.
and
Those
290 milligrams per gram on the thing. And then I added some. I enjoy this, the Vortex Black Hash. Yep.
Did you put that in your dewdrop?
Not this one. Oh, I could, yes, if I could use it.
Oh, I think you. Yeah, what happened there? Are you missing the stem?
No, he's too. I've got everything I need. My lungs can't hold it.
Oh,
And
right.
especially, I mean, I use it, but I can't use it during the show.
Yeah, because you just coughed too much. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
it would be kind of, you might as well just do it yourself.
Right.
So
Yeah,
what the question for you is, what are you smoking?
This morning I smoked some hash dragon for my walk around the pond.
Never heard of it.
Hash dragon?
Nope.
It's from a local breeder. To tell you the truth, I'm just trying to find.
So it's not legal weed, is what you're saying.
It wasn't. Yeah, correct. The seeds weren't from the legal market. Yeah. The local breeder, it's actually online a little bit. And when I found them and I seen where they were located, I thought, what? That's local to me.
Cool.
Who knows? Maybe they're not. Maybe they're just a mile down the road from me. I don't got a clue.
I like being able to switch through the pictures.
Oh. Okay, so we've left that segment, and now we're into just some more gabbing. Did you see my post the other day? What I was doing on Thursday last week?
No.
I went.
Maybe.
I went to Belleville and last Thursday morning, and I took part in a seminar to discuss.
I did see that post. Yes.
Discuss cannabis with some retired professionals.
Ooh. That's where you were camping?
No,
Oh,
this is just in Belleville. I just went down there for the day. I was
Belleville. Yeah.
Yeah, I was invited down.
Wrong direction.
Yeah. Yeah. My friend Mike, a guy who used to help me out with the Treating Yourself Expo and helped out at different events that TY was involved in, as well as stuff I was doing. And he invited me to come down and share my story with the people that were there, as well as he said talk about his story. We thought we had an hour. And yeah.
Did you go long?
But it didn't work out to an hour because we didn't realize that they were going to include some other stuff in that hour.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the whole show was an hour.
Right.
Not just
right. So, being I was the last speaker, I didn't get to finish my speech, but I got the gist of it out. And then we had a question and answer period afterwards. And then after that, we got to mingle amongst the crowd. There's probably about 60 people there. and
Nice.
ask.
And
you
how
know,
was the
talk to them.
response?
Pardon me?
How was the response?
Good, good,
That's good.
good. The and then I offered if they, not tomorrow type thing, but down the road, if they want to do something again on cannabis, then I would offer to come down and do a documentary, show it to them on the science behind cannabis.
Oh, nice.
So they took down my information. So we'll see what happens if they call me in 6 months or whenever. See what happens. So, and
Awesome.
yeah,
I can't do that, unfortunately. I've been asked a few times over the years.
mhm.
Uh, I
Yeah, it's
can't.
first time in quite a while that I've done that. So, I got my speech already, and good thing that phones work great for dictating your speech, because I just dictated what I wanted to say into my phone, and it just turned around and typed it all out, and then I just
Yeah.
sent it to myself and printed it off.
Have you tried the transcript thing in this?
No.
No. It only you can see what's on the screen, and it scrolls. So you could put a whole script in there, and it would just come up on the screen.
I know
and
there's
not
the
broadcast.
I know there's the what do you call that? Oh,
Notes.
oh yeah, but I thought they had a different word for it.
No, it's right there. I'm looking at it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so I'm glad that went well for you, Al. I did see your post. I had a hard public speaking has never been one of my fortes. I had
Exactly.
I had to smoke a lot of weed to be able to do my show at Gunjanistas every Friday. That was really hard for me. And then I started doing it on the stage, right? And then I slowly moved to a booth.
Yeah, I was speaking publicly was never my forte, and but cannabis got me to speak publicly. And once I get over those first jitters, then things get going good. So I actually recorded the what Mike and I did, our presentation, as far as what we spoke about. The sound isn't the best, so I got to play with it, see if I can get it any better.
I need some WD-40, Mike.
Do you?
Can you hear my chair creaking?
Oh,
Yeah, public speaking. No, thank you. I would have gone into radio if I could do public speaking.
well, that's the thing. Radio, we didn't have.
We didn't have the cameras, so it took me when Al suggested that we start using this. Okay, he had actually started using it about a year before I did, and I was like, even now, Marcel will not turn on his camera. Darcy very rarely turns on his camera. I've told him that I want his camera on at least during his segment, if he actually does one. Mary Jane and I and Lenny, we have our cameras on. But if it's just Marcel and I, it's just me on camera, and I don't like that. Because then I'm like front and center. I like this because there's a lot of stuff there, and we're just kind of saying hi. We're the
blending in. Is that you're saying?
We're the eyes now. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, like I do the news broadcast occasionally by myself. And
I've seen it. Yes.
Yeah, I'll do that this Thursday. But even that,
you asked me if I would want to fill in, and just I have a hard enough time with our segments here, and I think that's why my show has just all been a free for all.
Yeah. I just it took a while, and now I just
you do get used to it. Yes.
Yeah.
When I,
No,
when I,
I can't sit there. I can't sit there in front of the computer and talk for 90 minutes or an hour about whatever.
if you could, you probably would have gone into radio. Seriously.
Yeah. But the news, there's something that I'm telling you.
And it's also your interest, like you're interested in that stuff.
Correct. Yeah, I've been doing well, actually, when I was working for 20 years, the coffee truck driver or the local store kept me in Toronto Sun newspaper every morning so I could catch up on the news. I've just always been a news hawk. It's been like that since a long time.
The truck that came to where I worked always brought me whistle dogs and veal parmesan on a bun. That's what he always brought me. And then you know what? Just one sidebar here. I'm sitting at a McDonald's getting breakfast. In front of me, a truck cart, whatever you call them, a food truck.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously going to construction site, loading up on McDonald's cheeseburgers. He had a huge bag of them just sitting in them. Then he just threw them in there to sell.
Oh, yuck.
I was like, wow, man. And I bet you he's up there too.
Shall we play a song?
I think so.
Are we behind on that?
I hear music.
Do you?
Yeah, because I've got Suno is playing in the background and I forgot to shut up. I have a song for the season because it's that season where everything's wiggling outside and inside. And I have a fan on my, I've set my living room because I face south. I've set my living room as I did last year as an indoor greenhouse for starting. Okay, because the sun comes in no more or less stronger than if they were sitting in the greenhouse. Right, the angle's a little different, and it seems to be working. So I watched them, and I had this song on, and I had the thought for this song, I should say, and then I did this song, and then I recorded a little video. You may have seen it of the plants wiggling.
Yes, I did that. Wiggle, 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 or something.
Yeah, well, this is the song. I haven't done the video yet.
All right, thanks, Joe, for the thumbs up, buddy.
Hi, Joe.
I got soil on my jeans. I got mud on my grin. Sun in the window. Hard in the hole, y'all leaned in. My basil in the bowl. Got a little too proud. My firm by the zinc said, turn me up, not loud. I said, hold up. What you doing there? Little green brother shaking up the air. And the plants go wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Leaves in the middle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And the plants go wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Shake that pot, baby, that's the rhythm. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. My cactus did the shimmy by the pepper sauce. My ivy got the rhythm like it in a block. The tomato one I still did a two-step slide. Even grandma's low had a bounce inside. I said, hold up. What you doing there? Little green brother shaking up the air. And the plants go wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Leaves in the middle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And the plants go wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. Shake that pot, baby, that's the rhythm. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. If the sun get rude, they still lean to the beat. If the room get dry, they still move their feet. I'm talking vines in the corner dancing like that. When the whole house laughs, they bounce right back. And the plants go wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Leaves in the middle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And the plants go wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. Shake that pot, baby, that's the rhythm. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Uh-oh.
I thought it when I first saw you post Wiggle Wiggle Wiggle, it brought me back to a song called Wiggle Wine. There was some guy that was on BGT, Britain's Got Talent, and that's all he was singing about was Wiggle Wiggle Wiggle. It's like, but in what you posted online, it actually had the plants moving.
Yeah, I have to make a longer video
Mm-hmm.
because I set up a fan that blows across all my plants in the window.
Yeah, oh yes.
And so everything's like, it's not just the weed that's wiggling, it's everything's just like right? So like the reason I did that though, since we was, you know, this is a show. I had them in my tray, and I'm not using a light. Okay, I had them in my tray, but I had the dome on it, and it was all nice and condensation-y and stuff in there, but it weighted them down. So at night they were all like, so I had to I replanted them using auto pots that I just have on a shelf, and they're not all hooked up to the hoses and all that, right? But there's a trough, so I can fill up the trough on the bottom, and then I put a little bit of food on the top, and you know it. But I transplanted them down because I didn't want them to stretch, right?
Right.
So I think that I'm going to start every week taking pictures or a little video or something, because I want these. You're going to help me out. I want these bushy. I want these ready to go outside middle of fucking June, not caring what the weather is.
Right.
Because you know what? It's May 19th. It's only 4 fucking degrees outside.
Yeah, I know. It's a little like even these 2 nights coming up here, we're only expecting our lows are going to be like 3, maybe 4 degrees.
My car was frosted this morning. You know,
I know. Yeah, we had frost last week.
I'm usually up around 4:25, you know, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
It just happens to be when the cat comes in and goes, "Ah!"
At least ours weighs till 7.
He gets told to fuck off. My neighbors must think I'm fucking nuts. Because I'm forever screaming at Steven. There's a reason his nickname is Shut the Fuck Up, Steven. It was. I got up this morning expressly to look. I was told that it was a spectacular sky night and to go out and look before sunrise. So he did that. Of course, then the dog wanted to go out. It's been raining for 2 days, and there's a haze now, or as I like to call it, creepy movie frog. Creepy movie frog. Fog. You can't really see much of anything when it's like that at night. And like I said, it was snowing this morning. Rain snowing.
Wet snow.
Wetter than wet snow.
Mixture.
Like, you could see it was snowing, but it wasn't visible.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
And I guess it was just wet when it hit the ground.
Yeah, it just instantly melts.
Yeah.
But like you said you've been out. I have not been out yet. It's too cold for me. So I have not gone out. I still have a mound of poop in the front lawn.
Oh.
And now there's a growing mound of poop out in the back that needs to be raked.
I walked around this morning in a t-shirt. Like you may notice that I'm wearing a hoodie right now, a sweater. That's because it's like 64.5 degrees down here in my basement.
We had a nice day the other day.
10 degrees cooler down here.
And I've been out in my shorts and a t-shirt. But because, you know, I'm learning a lot about Lake Superior, seeing as I live on it. It is so vast that it is its own weather system. So you never know what the weather's going to be like here. Sometimes it's snowing. You can't get in and out of town. It's snowing everywhere, but not here.
Right.
We get really bad lake effect weather.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
And I'm like a mile. I'm a kilometer from the shoreline. Like I can see the shoreline from my front porch.
Yeah.
And but we have an island right there. We have Slate Island right in front of us, and I think that kind of buffers us a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. What do we got? What do we got down here? I'm looking at these little pictures and things that you got down here in the bottom.
I've been playing, and for segments, I thought I would make, like, we're gonna eventually do something like this.
Things we find on the internet. So this could be like a replacement for the list.
I have the list too. I just haven't finished it.
Oh, okay.
And okay. I'll be honest. I said top 10 list, so. But those are the I actually got up this morning and I was playing with that, and I've made a few.
So what strange and interesting things did you find on the internet?
I haven't found anything yet. Maybe next week.
Next week, okay.
Actually, no, that's not true. I have this here. I've got where is it? But yes, it'll probably replace our list. I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that I found a Jamaican patty recipe that we didn't play.
Oh, all right.
I thought that we could watch it and then discuss how to medicate it. What you thought was
how to medicate it.
Good.
So this is almost like our old cannabis recipes segment. You can put whatever you want in.
Our
things we can
you get the idea now.
You know what okay, go ahead. Let's do this, and then hopefully I won't remember what I saw on the internet that surprised me.
Why don't you pull it up?
Because I have to open Facebook, and we'll go.
Yeah, hold on 1 minute. It's going to do that. All right. I've just been told by Chrome that this is the last version of Chrome I'll be able to update, because I'm on Apple 12 or whatever version the system is. OS 12. And my computer, my little MacBook Air, which was my mom's, won't upgrade anymore. So
yeah,
I'm going to find myself one computer less, which means two computer less soon. All right. Oh yeah, I have to shut this off. Are you ready, Al? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
This is a step-by-step recipe for you. Watch to the end. Look at this. That. To make the dough, I'm going to start off with 2 cups all-purpose flour, 1 teaspoon salt, 1 tablespoon sugar, 1 teaspoon turmeric, half a cup of cold butter, half cup beef fat. Now I'm going to shape the dough. So mix all the ingredients together. I'm going to use cold water to make the dough. Now I'm going to put the dough in the fridge for 35 minutes. Now I'm going to cook the filling for the patty. Add 2 tablespoons oil, half of a small onion, 3 cubes garlic chop, half of a sweet pepper chop, add fresh thyme, 1 tablespoon fresh thyme, 1 scotch bonnet pepper chop. Going to add 8 cherry tomatoes chop, half pound ground beef, now I'm going to add half teaspoon allspice powder, which is teaspoon black pepper, half teaspoon paprika, 1 tablespoon salt. Now mix everything together. 1 cup beef broth, 1 tablespoon soy sauce, 1 tablespoon meat browning. Mix everything together. Now I'm going to add 1 cup of breadcrumbs. Now I'm going to blend it just a little bit, not too much. And you can use any blender to blend it. Look at this. This is how it's supposed to look. Okay, now I'm going to roll out the dough. Going to add some more butter to it. Going to roll it. Now we're going to add the fillings. This is how the patty them look. Now I have my oven preheated at 375 degrees. I'm going to put them inside the oven for 30 minutes. Got them here, my people. Look at this. That.
So how do you medicate that? Now, before you answer that, I don't know about you, but I have had medicated Jamaican patties down at one of the events I went to. There's somebody in Toronto that makes them. I don't know if they're from Toronto, but there's somebody that makes, I can't remember who it is. Somebody in Hamilton, I think, makes medicated patties.
Oh,
And they're
that would
so
be nice.
Can you eat patties still?
Yeah, I've ate some patties. I gotta watch what's in them. You know, if somebody puts corn in it for some reason,
They don't.
I can't eat corn, obviously.
No, the corn. I
I
have an issue with corn as well. Although I still eat it, I love it.
Yeah, I know I liked it, but unfortunately, it didn't like me.
So how would you medicate that? With just drizzling some oil on it afterwards? Because I don't know how. It's 370, he said, in the oven.
Oh yeah,
right. Maybe a sauce.
Right.
You'd have to medicate a
That's
sauce.
what I was gonna suggest was a dipping sauce.
I don't like dipping my patties. I lived at Vaughan and Sinclair, and just 3 blocks from Albert's Jamaican Foods at the corner there, and they were open 24 hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the snack trip was 7-Eleven for a big gulp bag of chips, and then off to Albert's for some Jamaican patties. That was my trip in the middle of the night.
Yeah, no,
24 hours.
I enjoy them.
I do. I like the mild. I don't like the hot and spicy.
Well, yeah, I gotta watch that end of things as well because too hot is, stomach issues, right? So I don't need to be run into the hospital or anything like that because I ate
Oh, you're such a whiner, Al.
extra spicy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
Well,
having,
you know, we
I'm
used to
having
have
hard time with tomato sauce now.
wing contests to see who could get the hottest wings, but that was
Gotcha.
before
No.
that was before Crohn's.
Got a bone thing. I can't eat wings. I got a bone thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
you can't eat wings.
No, and chicken at all, really. I like a white breast.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's really it.
Boneless. So you eat boneless chicken then?
I have a silly question, buddy.
Sure.
Are you usually putting us here in daytime or nighttime?
The Hi Guys podcast, I put it in the daytime because it airs through the day.
All right, well, it's there now.
Okay.
I'm sharing stuff on the YouTube.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because that's what we do.
That's what happens.
Yeah. So
I'm looking for something and I can't find it.
Do you want to talk a little bit about sports news there?
Sports news. Yes.
I'll bring it up if you like. Do you want to bring it up?
Something there. Yeah, bring it up. Where is it?
It is. I have to shut that off. I'm getting used to. They've added some stuff here, as you know, Al. I'm getting used to trying to add production value.
Yeah, because you've got something that you picked out in the news that was in our Facebook thread there.
Well, it seems that I'm just going to move you out of the way there. It seems that the World Cup has thrown cannabis to the sidelines.
They have they? Well,
FIFA has said no to allowing cannabis at the World Cup in Toronto and other Ontario. Is it other provinces as well?
Well, it's playing in Vancouver, I believe, as well.
So I guess it's Canada wide. Different places have different games.
It'd be Canada wide.
But and so the whole thing is you can go and get alcohol at these events. Why?
Sure.
And they usually have some area for smoking because there's so many people. Why can't we enjoy cannabis there as well? I mean, cannabis is legal in Canada.
So the ban is not just for advertising; it's also for consumption at the site.
Believe so, yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, I wish they would make up their mind because although you know what, this is probably FIFA's decision.
Oh yeah.
Not ours. If booze is allowed to be sold in any way, advertised, sold, cannabis should be allowed to.
Should be allowed as well. That's right. I have no problem with that. And that can and the thing is that's like, well, it's the smoking. Well, what then bans everything else? What bans the edibles? What bans the beverages? Why can't they sell some gummies there if they can sell alcohol?
Right. I'll go get a chocolate bar and some just lit popcorn or something, I've made cannabis popcorn a lot actually because I have a popper and I also have a magical butter machine to make butter. So I make butter all the time.
Yeah. There's one fella here. He says the biggest limitation is how restricted we are with advertising and marketing with social media platforms and how strict Health Canada regulations are. You can't target broadly, unfortunately. So for us, it's about our great relationships with retailers and about that. Health Canada and their advertising thing. Now I'm just trying to see something here that says FIFA.
Well, I mean, at one time we weren't allowed. They weren't allowed to advertise cigarettes.
Yeah.
They still don't. But they weren't allowing alcohol to be advertised at one point, and now they do again.
Mhm.
And in fact, in Ontario, Mr. Ford has decided to make it legal to consume alcohol if you are 19 years of age or older in public areas and parks now.
Yeah.
Right.
Now you can take a drink to the park if your municipality allows it.
Dude, I've been walking around with booze in my hand all over Toronto all of my adult life. So, you know, did you go down to the Argos thing when they won? Oh my God, it was crazy. We were sitting on my sister's car with an open case of beer.
No, I never went to the any Argos celebrations. Yeah, the article talks about clothing and the stores and all kinds of things. They talk with a lawyer about it all.
Yeah, no cannabis clothing. Like, I mean, like, has it gotten to the point where I can't wear a cannabis T-shirt even to an event?
Well, hey, if you're in Quebec, you can't wear a T-shirt with a cannabis leaf on it. So there's a problem there with that.
Are you serious?
They're selling it. They can't sell them and stuff.
Oh, but you can wear them.
Yeah, it's the selling of them. So you got to get it somewhere else.
Like, has it gotten to that point where, I mean, they're already trying to censor what you can say from your own home on the internet? You know, like, I mean, I'm sitting in my home. I'm not in a business. I should be able to, and I pay for this internet, and I should be able to say and do what I want on the internet. Is the freedom of speech in Canada going away too?
There are things in most countries that you cannot say, such as hate speech.
Al,
there's laws against that.
I love you, man.
Yeah, it says here that Quebec, they are retailers are barred from selling T-shirt, posters, or accessories printed with an image of a cannabis leaf.
Wow, man.
You cannot use cannabis in public places there, where you can't. There's other provinces that you can't use it publicly either. Yeah. So there you go.
I guess that's why we don't have many listeners in Quebec.
Oh, look at this. I didn't know this part. I don't know if this is correct or not. But it says here, you know how we're allowed to carry the possession limits of 30 grams?
Yes.
And when it comes to growing your own cannabis, we have an unlimited amount of storage.
Yes.
In Quebec, they are allowed to only have 150 grams in private residences.
They were going to do that.
Well, they can't even grow. They can't even grow their own cannabis, so they don't have. That's where that comes in.
Okay.
But if you go to the store and you buy an ounce, the next day you go buy an ounce, and 2 days later you go to 2 different stores, you buy a couple more ounces. You got a quarter pound. You got more than. Well, I'm not quite there. So let's say you end up with half a pound of cannabis at your house because you just bought a bunch of different.
Just because. Just because. Why do you have so much? Just because.
Just because. Yeah, 150 grams. That's all you're allowed to have in your house. Wow, I didn't know that part.
So, speaking of cannabis,
yeah,
I went Rose, would you please lay down, baby? One moment, please. Rosalie, get out of the cat food. Go on.
Well, better cat food than litter box.
I have the fence up.
Oh, good.
Rose, I'm getting sick of this, sweetie pie. Thank you. Bye-bye. What was I saying? Something about cannabis.
Yeah, I think you were talking about cannabis, and then I thought you were maybe leading it into song time.
No, because we were talking about cannabis there.
Quebec and 150 grams is all you're allowed to have.
One of my major complaints since legalization is the fact that we can't see cannabis.
Yeah, some updates on that.
Yeah. So I was looking to see what I wanted to get, and Pure Sun Farms, I believe is the brand, has new packaging that has the window. We've been talking about the windows, so you can see the weed in the bag now. And then the gal says to me, and if you put your fingers here and squish, there's a little tiny air pass through. I guess it's one way, so that if you squish the package, you can smell the weed.
Oh,
yeah. So that's coming to a legal store in Canada near you.
So if you've got that in your pocket and you squish it, would it smell come out?
Probably.
I would think so.
That might get you busted.
Exactly. That's what I think. Give the same thing. Oh yeah, but you got it stored in your trunk, right?
I have a boot in the back, and it opens up. And when I have any amount of cannabis with me, I put it in there because it can't be accessible. Like alcohol, I would put alcohol back there.
Yeah. I've got a little carrying bag that I've attached to my, because I don't have a trunk.
No, you have a pickup. What are you supposed to do? Put it under your seat? That's the first place they're gonna look. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Put it in your trunk, and there's the same thing about a van. There's no trunk in a van.
So you have a box in the back or something? I know somebody who has a pickup truck, and they have an old ammo box bolted to the truck with a padlock, and because they're waterproof. So he puts all his stash in there when he goes out and about.
You hope it's there when he gets back.
Well, there's a padlock on it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Nobody would know. It's not colored. It doesn't have a big weed stamp on it.
He's got one of those squishy bags in there.
Probably.
No, I like, as far as buds, it's been such a long time since I bought any buds from the store. That
I unfortunately
I have to go in and ask. I'll have to go in and ask.
What's that?
I'll have to go into a store and ask. Hey, you got these new fancy bags?
Sunlight Farms, I believe it is.
Nice.
And if it's got the window on it, it also has the squishy area. There was somebody else in line, and I didn't want to monopolize the girl's time, so I'll look at it again when there's nobody else there. I thought it was kind of neat. I mean, I developed a little test of my own where I ask if I can see the package, and I give it a little squish. And if there's a nice girthness of bud in there, you can tell by holding on to the bag. But if it's a small, sometimes you get these little tiny buds that pop up into dust. Yeah. So, I think it's a good thing. They're trying.
Yeah. Well, it's come a long way since the prairie plant systems set up with the little
You think?
envelope.
just a little, with those pre-rolls. Now there is still a company down in the States. What's his name? Irving Rosenfeld or something like that.
Irv Rosenfeld?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets a can delivered to him, I guess, every month from the US government. Still, probably.
The program has ended. I was talking to him on Tuesday last week.
Oh, really?
A week ago. Yeah, I was talking to him. The very nice guy.
Yes, I've had him on the show, but years and years and years and years ago.
Yeah.
But we had the equivalent, I guess, back then here would have been a Section 56, right?
Well,
because you could apply
Section 56. You didn't get a supply. He gets a supply, right?
You could arrange to buy it through the government at one point through Prairie Plant System.
Yeah, you used to.
And it was
that was the only company at the time. Was not
and it was milled but it wasn't just the bud. They did the whole plant, I believe.
Yeah. Now Irv only got one strain.
The whole time.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. He's in the world record, Guinness World Book of Records for the most joints smoked. And that is because he can verify
how many are in the can. Yeah.
And how many cans he has, because the government keeps track of everything that they send him. So he's in the world records for the most joints smoked. You know, we can all say we've smoked 50,000 or 150,000 joints, but his is documented. So as far as
is there somebody here in Canada that would be the equivalent to that? Like, was there a program that we had here, or
gave us free joints? No, not that I can recall ever having.
I know a few people in the community. Can we mention her name?
I know. I know of some places.
Well, let's do that. Marie took ODSP to. She had a gag order, so she couldn't talk about it. But she's passed away, so I don't see how it can hurt. But Marie Tripp had an agreement through the courts with ODSP to pay for her medicine every month and her volcano.
They paid for her volcano
and her medicine. I believe at some point along the way they were paying for her meds as well. But she had a gag order. Even though she had been on the show, she couldn't talk about it.
Yeah, she couldn't talk about the volcano.
Yeah,
I know that. That was something that had to be, because it was it was only.
Well, they didn't want everybody and their uncle trying to.
That's what they don't want.
You know. There are some things like I believe that you can. If you're on ODSP, which is here in Ontario, which is Ontario Disability Number. If you're on ODSP and your doctor has given you a signature on the forms giving you the right to use medical cannabis and purchase it and grow it, I don't see why it shouldn't be covered by your insurance. You know.
Well, they don't recognize it as a medicine, just like Health Canada doesn't.
Still.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, people.
Which is odd. Like, why wouldn't they? It's part of the treaty.
You know what? We were talking about because MJ was on the show last week, and we were talking about the GMM and the fact that maybe there was 50 people. Maybe.
How many? 50?
Maybe 50 people, she said. And then a few people showed up after the fact, kind of thing.
I saw some booths, some vendors were there.
I saw pictures of one or two.
Yeah, that was about it. Not like last year.
The community strength it is a lot different now than it used to be.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yep.
Now it's still stigmatized, but it's so normal now for a lot of people that it's not something that you even really consider. You know, I smell a joint now. I'm like, you know, I'd like to know what strain that is, but that's about it.
If you noticed earlier when I talked about the presentation that my friend Mike and I didn't mention the name of the group. And the reason I didn't mention the name of the group is because, as I also mentioned, I recorded it. And because I was recording it, they took down their sign on the podium.
Oh. Why? Stigma.
Stigma. Worried what people would think or what people would say. It's the only thing I could think of. So I just have my own.
People are funny, and in some way, some people are hypocrites with that because.
And I don't think it was the organization's decision, but
some people are hypocrites with that because they'll stand up and say nothing, and then go home and smoke a joint, right? But hey, whatever tricks your twizzle. Have you ever been? I asked this question on my Facebook yesterday. Have you been told that you talk about cannabis too much?
Oh, years ago. Been so long, like probably 10 years.
Used to be daily.
That's been a long time. Everybody just knows now.
I don't get invited to places because of it, though.
Yeah, so there's more stigma.
Yeah. And you know, when it comes to kids and stuff like that, if you just go about your day and not make a big fucking deal about it, it's just a smell.
Yeah, like on where was I? I was someplace and there was I went up north. Well, not as far as north as you, but north of me. And they had children there. We went to a 60th birthday celebration and gathering of a family. And that's what I did, is that when the children were around, because there were some young children there, I just kept my distance. I did that. No one asked me to do so or anything like that. It was just something that I went ahead and did myself.
I pay attention to what's going on with kids. Not so much my kids, they're older now, but when they were younger, they weren't in the room when we were consuming. Yeah. But by the same token, we didn't cover it up. We didn't hide it. They knew it was our medicine. And you know, I just, what I don't like is it's okay to smoke a cigarette, but I light up a joint and people look at me like I'm the devil.
Yeah. My concern was I going to be hassled by somebody? I wasn't sure. So,
well, look at what happened with Allison. Allison had her mixture with her at a concert, and she was asked to leave.
Yeah,
because she brought it into a bar. Wrong or right, it's her medicine, right? I've been asked to leave. I've been asked to leave when others were smoking cigarettes, tobacco. Right?
Oh yeah, and that stinks. Nasty.
I can't stand. You know what? I smoked from probably 12 till, I don't know, till 18, 20 years ago now, that I've had a cigarette. And I can't stand the smell of tobacco now. But I mean, my friends come over and they smoke, and I don't care if they smoke, right? If I had a guest here and I was smoking pot and they asked if they could smoke tobacco, I'd probably say, yeah, sure, go ahead. Right? Because that smell, I mean, I smoke that long, that smell doesn't bother me.
I find tobacco smoke eliminates oxygen.
It does. But I can't stand it in the morning.
Oh,
the smell in the morning. Right? I'll be sitting on the toilet and somebody's walking to work along the street and they're having a smoke and I can smell it.
Or just before a smoker jumps in your car, they take one more drag, throw the cigarette and put it out, and then exhale as they're climbing in the car.
Biggest pet peeve of all is cigarette butt on the ground. I don't even throw roaches on the ground.
At least roaches will biodegradable and will come apart.
They're also smokable, where a dead cigarette is not. A dead cigarette will kill a bird or another animal, and it will not biodegrade ever.
Right, whereas a roach will.
A roach will.
If you don't put filters, like even if you put a paper filter, even if you put a paper filter in joints that don't.
Cigarette filters will not break down.
And then they're full of poison because they're
full of fiberglass and other crap. Yeah, no, I have no interest in smoking tobacco any longer. I know that Marcel mixes his hash with tobacco.
He needs a apple.
He doesn't like he doesn't like the taste of weed, so he mixes it with tobacco.
I don't mix it with weed because then you lose the flavor of the hash.
I like to mix my hash with weed, but I have my pipe. I got my hash pipe.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so, and you know, I've got the other thing there over there.
Yeah, I was out yesterday with the dewdrop.
The dewdrop. You know, I have a question, and then we can listen to a song.
All right.
How much dew can a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
That depends on how much trichomes is going in there, but I guess all hash is trichomes. Most of it is. I don't know.
Pretty lame.
Well, you could do. I'm gonna say it's about this much. It's about how long yours.
I find that
if
you do more than a few centimeters, I find it always falls off, and then I have to fish it out, and it's all slimy, and I hate wasting fucking hash in those things. I really do.
No, they
keeps falling off on me.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's the.
We should ask Dave to come on the show one day, and we'll put his video of him doing some glass blowing in behind us, and then we'll do the show.
Oh, we could ask him if he's into it. And you know, I do have a song for the dewdrop, but I don't have it here. Hang on.
Yes, you do.
I go into it right now, I think.
The Apple one is down there anyways.
Is it?
Yeah, I just saw it. You want to do the Apple one?
Yeah, we can do the Apple one.
No, everything's blurry.
There's the promo, but I'm not seeing the song. Yeah, that's the promo for the video that we did of them.
Yeah, I don't see the song either.
No. But here, I'll just go to my YouTube page. Right? And take a boo.
Is it the song or the documentary?
The song is what I was looking.
Documentary's a little long.
Yeah, the documentary is a little long, correct. I'm scrolling.
So while Al
is right there.
while I was looking for this video, I just want to make a message. I just wanted to make a mention that if you are enjoying what we're doing, please like and subscribe to our YouTube channels. You can find us at the 420 Pace on YouTube. You can find us at 420 Radio on YouTube, and you can find us at paceradio.net on YouTube. And that's where you'll find our videos. The reason I'm telling you this is not for the plug. Well, yeah, okay, it's a shameful plug. But Facebook seems to be systematically deleting our videos every month. So now we're ending up with our pages just one big, there ain't no videos there anymore. But if you want to watch our videos,
yeah, they're taking down after 30 days.
Before YouTube decides to ban us as well, please check out our YouTube pages. They're not called YouTube pages anymore. They're called YouTube channels.
Channels, yeah, that's all they've always been called, haven't they?
But if you Google the Hi Guys podcast, you'll find all our links and stuff like that. And, you know, those who are saying hi to us and watching, hi.
Hi.
What are you smoking? Tell us. You know, there's a chat there. If you chat, where are you guys watching? We've got, let's see, we've got 3 at on 420 Radio YouTube, and 2 on yours, Al.
Yeah. I am getting there.
But there's another 300 or 400.
I decided to change where I was going to get it from.
Did you hear what I said, Al? There's another.
Oh, always.
There's another 200
Yeah.
people watching us elsewhere. So. I don't even care if one person.
Yeah, that happens.
Doing, I don't care. Oh God, yeah, it used to a lot, but you could see it. Now they cloak everything, right? They don't want you to see it because they want you to pay for this extra thing, and they want you to pay for that extra thing. But
yeah,
man.
Okay.
We are the Als, by the way. The Als.
Where are you? Wheel. There it is. All right.
Did you find it finally, Al?
Glass shaped like a pear, tiny hash worm on the stem. Love like a cryo pledge, water at stem. Play up come, waiting for the first inhale. Original and sticky dart, road like a secret tale. The dewdrop, multi-tool watery. Smoke in the water, slow circles climbing high. Soft little bubbles, kissing all the edges dry. Pull it through the percolator, cool it down before it flies. Smoke in the water, the dewdrop is on my mind. Use with a bowl, use it with the nail. Use it with hash, it's multi-use tool for your bash. Fill it with water, medication on the table, get it ready, turn it on and light it up. Take all, it's gonna be a ball. Smoke in the water, slow circles climbing high. Soft little bubbles, kissing all the edges dry. Pull it through the percolator, cool it down before it flies. Smoke in the water, the dewdrop is on my mind. Lips on the small glass straw, careful like a counter dose. You said we're learning how to stay medicated, not the one to get the most. Slow draw, whisper clouds begin to rise, burning cleaner, breathing softer, trying to stay on the safe side. Smoke in the water, slow circles climbing high. Soft little bubble, kissing all the edges dry. Pull it through the percolator, cool it down before it flies. Smoke in the water, the dewdrop is on my mind. We remember the moments, we remember the times. We're chasing something greater, not just another hit. Let the glass be kind and clear if we're gonna inhale a little. It's not like chugging beer. Smoke in the wood, smoke circles diamond high. Soft little bubbles, kissing all the edges dry. Pull it, regulator. Cool it down before it fly. Smoke in the water, dewdrop is on my mind.
Hey, Al,
Yo,
question for you.
sure.
How would you feel if coming back from a commercial, all you saw was this?
Somebody sleeping?
No. Somebody croaked.
Oh,
I wonder if that's happened.
I don't know. Come back from a commercial and your host has passed out or has
Host
passed away.
passed away in the chair.
That means that would have to be a live show with just, yeah. I've never experienced that. I hope I never do.
Well, we still have time.
Yeah, the show's not over yet. So there you go. That
That was
was
just the thought that I had during that song. Well, what would Al do if he came back and I was dead? Staring at fucking.
I'd say, is he frozen? Al must be frozen.
How long would you wait? Really, how long would you wait? How long would somebody watching wait before they picked up the phone or started panicking or started messaging people? Just message my sister, Sharon. It'd be a good memory to have. You could replay it every now and then for memories. Every once a year, you could replay.
No, I don't know if you noticed in that video, but there was two different kind of dewdrops.
The stack inside is different, right?
Yeah, the shape is different. The shape is slightly different. It's not as wide at the top. It's narrower.
Is that because they are man-made, and everyone is different?
No, and you said the center is different. No, he changed the design slightly, and I never asked him why.
I don't know.
But yeah, he changed the design slightly.
I have the one. The same one you do. I have the same one you do. Well, we got them at the same time. So
yeah, I've got.
I don't have a Apple. I
Yeah.
have just the dewdrop.
dewdrop. Yeah, this is the narrow top one. This is the newest one. You take a look at yours.
Narrow.
Correct. Yours is wide at the top.
Ah.
Yeah, he's changed them just slightly.
Eh.
Why I don't know.
So what else do we got to talk about
Today? Oh, I don't know offhand. I think that's about it. Oh, I had something.
Oh.
You know, here in Canada, we have the 5 nanogram limit.
You have a line. You have a line in your video. Your
Do I?
camera has a line right through your face.
Does it?
Yeah.
I don't see it here.
Is it just me? Oh, it was just me. It was just the video didn't refresh. I moved the video. I moved it a little bit here.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. All good.
Yeah. You know, here in Canada, we have 5 nanograms as the limit when it comes to the amount of THC that we can have in our blood, and they consider you impaired, driving impaired.
Mhm.
Well, in the U.S., the government there is going to develop impairment standards for cannabis and other drugs under a new bipartisan transportation bill. In
Oh yes, this is the thing we were chatting about online.
Yeah, they are going to collect and standardize toxicology data from states for fatal and serious injury crashes. They're going to link crash data with medical, coroner, hospital, and emergency medical service records and provide model protocols for specimen collection. Reporting.
Oh, fucking done.
I'm not seeing anything well, they say they're going to develop toxicology data from accidents. So are they going to set a nanogram limit? I'm not seeing anything.
That's in the States, yeah?
Yeah. Here ours is 5 nanograms. Most provinces are. There's nothing here on what they're going to say here yet. It's under review other than that, I would say. Yeah, they say that medical review officers who receive drug test results indicating cannabis consumption cannot deem them to be negative for illegal substances, even when an employee says it was a result of a state licensed medical cannabis.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on this, see what's going to happen.
We'll see what the story develops.
Yes, yeah. See if they come up with a new number when it comes to cannabis impairment.
I mean, in some things you don't really have a choice.
Yeah, like I believe it's 2.5 nanograms, or you can get a license suspension. 5
Here?
nanograms. Yeah, just a temporary suspension type thing. Same as like if you blew 0.5 on the alcohol.
A roadside suspension and 24-hour.
Correct. Yeah, and then insurance increased because you had a suspension for 24 hours. Yeah, but it all like, do you know of a patient who consumes cannabis daily that would pass the 5 nanogram test?
I couldn't drive very long if I couldn't have some.
You wouldn't be able to drive at all.
No, I mean in general, I can't. I couldn't sit there for more than 20 minutes without. I mean, I don't. As we've discussed, I don't consume in the car very often anymore. Sometimes if I'm at somebody's home, then their kids are around, I will go out to my car.
Yeah, the thing is even if you drove home 3 hours later, technically you would be in trouble because you'd have that, because you consume daily. So
yeah, so when a cop pulls me over, I'm not going to give them a "How's it going, man? What's going on?"
No. No.
Excuse me, sir. Have you been smoking cannabis? No, not at all, man.
Yeah, no. That doesn't help.
The don't give them a reason. Yeah, I'll tell you. Okay, I was coming home from the lounge one morning, and it was middle of the summer, so Ride was out big time in Hamilton, and I think it was a long weekend, and I come up to the spot check on the ramp going on to the QEW, and they were just right there. Like 1 minute there's nobody there, and the next minute they're there, and they actually walk out at you.
Yes.
And then try and get you to see your reaction when they say, "Hey, watch my feet." Right? And one cop slows you down, and then the next cop asks you the questions, and they actually stick their head in the car. Yeah.
As close as possible.
This time, legalization was just about to start. It hadn't started yet, and there were no questions. It was all about alcohol. You've been drinking tonight? No. You don't have anything under your seat? No, because they want you to giggle or laugh or something. They can smell your breath, right? But there was no mention of any cannabis at all, and now that's different, because that's one of the questions that they will ask you.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Have you been pulled over recently?
Recently?
Yeah.
No.
I don't go anywhere. I go around town and that's it. The odd town I go maybe an hour up to Nipigon or south.
Yeah. It takes me forever to get enough mileage on my vehicle in order to go in to get an oil change.
When I was coming back, a cop following me out of Sault Ste. Marie. And so I kept going straight because here's what happened. I'm right beside the lane that turns into the US border. Okay.
No.
So I'm nervous about that. I'm nervous about that. Okay. And then a cop pulls up behind me at a light. So I just kept going straight. Then I realized, hey, I can't get to where I need to go from here. So I didn't pull a U-turn, but I pulled into somebody's lot and turned around and then left, and he kept going. Thank God I had a half a dozen plants in my back, as you know, because I was just coming from your place, actually. But no, Al did not give me that.
No, he did not. But I've seen guerrilla grows a long time ago before my license that I'd have the harvest in the vehicle and you get a police car pull up behind you. And,
oh, it's just fucking agonizing.
Yeah, we actually turned into the wrong driveway on purpose.
Man, you got to put your joint out.
Well, not even have a joint. Just matter of fact, you've got it in the vehicle and it smells.
I won't even roll my windows down if I have a joint going in the car for any reason. I will leave my windows up, closed, and then the minute I'm done, I turn the fan on high and open all the windows and air out the car instantly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But up here, you got to be careful because they hide. And up here, they have one of them license plate checkers. And once you get pulled over just once, they know this guy smokes pot and he's been caught smoking pot in the car.
Yeah.
Right. Then your insurance goes up and blah, 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 blah. Because insurance has zero tolerance on that shit.
Oh, yeah. 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 It would. No different than alcohol, right? So
like I would not drink, would drive down the road anymore with a can of beer in my lap. That was the 70s thing. We used to go up to Caledon a lot.
Yeah, we used to too. And I didn't drink then. I was always.
Did you ever go to that Mr. Submarine in the gully? And also,
I'm going back 40 years, man. I don't know.
That's where Eddie Shack's donut shop was as well. It was just south of Caledon on the highway there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Eddie had
he had a series of them.
Driving range along there too.
Well, I think he lived up there.
Yeah. My dad knew him.
Yeah.
Yeah. My dad.
I met him a few times.
My dad played professional hockey over in Europe.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I went to the opening ceremony of the Hockey Hall of Fame and met Ken Dryden, is it?
Ken Dryden.
Dryden. And some of the other old timers were all there on the red carpet. And I got to touch the cup before it was in the case.
I was gonna say, oh, did you have to wear gloves?
No. You know, they carry the cup with them when they travel. When they're doing during those games, the cup travels. It has a special briefcase.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be until the finals.
No, but it travels, and there's a man who's in charge of the cup,
right,
and it never leaves his side.
And he wears white gloves.
Does he?
I asked. Yes.
You know what? This may not have been the real. I don't know, but it's the one that they had on display at the ceremony. So I assumed it was the real one. Right?
Yeah.
And they had the vault there for it, right?
Right. We got anything else offhand?
No, I think that we've covered pretty much everything we wanted to cover.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. The use of gloves when touching the Stanley Cup stems from two distinct traditions in hockey: players' superstition and preservation by the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Huh. Okay.
Because protection is because the natural oils and sweat from human skin can tarnish, corrode, and leave permanent marks on the silver and nickel alloy of the cup.
Must not have been a real one because I touched
Must not have, yeah.
Or maybe I wasn't supposed to. Don't tell me.
And they say, out of respect, the white gloves symbolize the sacred status of the trophy. You do not handle a historical moment with bare hands.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oops.
Here's a Facebook quote from ESPN. It says, "You don't touch it till you earned it."
Yet on winning day, they fill it with champagne and drink from.
Correct. And everybody in that room is not wearing gloves. Or are they wearing the gloves when they take it around the ice?
Get over it, Mr. Stanley.
I used to love. What's the rest of your day? What's the rest of your day?
Love going down there because they had that restaurant there that was like a market.
St. Lawrence Market?
No. It's in the same building as the hockey hall.
I haven't been there in so long. It's been years, but when I was there, I did go to this big map, and you can go and you can find, if you've won an All Ontario Championship, you can find your team while you're there. That's
at the Hockey Hall of Fame. They have a list.
Yeah. There's like an interactive map that they had there at this time. So when I went there, was probably in the 90s, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I went. I think I went the one time. I've never been back. I mean, I've been in the building.
Yeah,
I walked through the building many times, but I've never been back to the Hockey Hall of Fame since I was there for the opening ceremony.
I was just
there. There was a banquet, and all the major players were there, and all the old guys were there. And,
oh, great! Oh, just got a warning from the Weather Network. Conditions are favorable for development of a huge thunderstorm.
Same,
maybe because it's 30 degrees outside.
Yeah, you guys are Toronto is in for a heat wave this week.
Yeah.
Well, it was this week. It was supposed to hit up like 34 in Toronto this week.
We're feeling like 31 right now.
Yeah, it's 6 here, Al.
6. It's 25 here.
I wouldn't even want to go out.
we haven't even reached a high yet. So.
It's supposed to be about, I don't know how hot it is, but my weather station says 6. I need to replace some batteries.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Well, I've got some things I've got to do. I got to load up my snow tires in my truck, take it over to one of my snow tires. Take my summer tires, put my summer tires in my truck. Yeah, I haven't put them on yet, and get that done. Get that done today.
I'm going to get snow tires and have them studded.
Are you allowed to have them studded up there?
Oh yeah, Sharon got them, hers studded as well, because she just couldn't. She has to drive an hour into work. Well, I think 40 minutes.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, Anything else before I hit the goodbye button?
Nope, you can say goodbye. Ciao, ciao, ciao. We'll
Ciao,
see you
ciao,
next
ciao.
week, maybe.
Yeah. All right. Other than that, thanks for staying in, watching the broadcast, everybody. We'll see you, as Al says, maybe next week. Bye-bye. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
From Marijuana Moment. The headline there, as you see, says Louisiana bill to jail people for smoking marijuana near college campuses passes and heading to governor's desk. Louisiana lawmakers have voted to send the governor a bill that threatens to send people to jail for 1 year if they smoke cannabis within 2,000 feet of a school property, including a college campus. That's right. 1 year in jail for smoking cannabis a almost half a mile from a college, as well as schools. Now, the legislation from Rep. Gabe Berman was passed by the Senate in a 23-10 vote on Monday, after having cleared the Senate last month. It next heads to the desk of Governor Jeff Landry, whose staff previously testified in favor of the measure at a committee hearing. Now, HB 568 applies to people who violate drug laws while smoking, vaping, or otherwise abusing such controlled dangerous substances while on any property used for school purposes by any school within 2,000 feet of any such property or while on a school bus. Ferment previously told senators at a House committee hearing that his bill strengthens enforcement of Louisiana drug-free school zone laws by creating a clear behavior-based offense, so that when somebody is openly smoking or vaping illegal drugs in the school zone, law enforcement can act and prosecutors can prove the case. For cannabis, the bill establishes a clear and consistent penalty, up to 1 year in jail and a $1,000 fine, ensuring that violation of school zones results in real enforcement consequences. Kevin Caldwell, Southeast Legislative Manager for the Pro-Legalization Marijuana Policy Project, the MPP, said that the group is disappointed that lawmakers passed the bill in almost all urban as well as suburban areas of the state. This is a return to the failed policies of mass incarceration for cannabis. Exactly.
Streetcar size on Queen and Dunn. Coffee, steam, old vinyl lung. Tie-dye sky in a puddle's frame. Bell rings twice, but it sounds like my name. Spinning on this Queen Street. carousel. Slow right through the colors where we fell. Laughing in the rain that never ends. Growing up with galaxies in our hands. Oh yeah. Posters peel on a brick cafe. Burnt out rose spell yesterday. Corner kids trading dreams for change. Every joke soft as every face half strange. Spinning on this cold street carousel. Slow right through the colors where we fell. Laughing in the rain that never ends. Growing up with galaxies in our hands. Did we float or did the houses bend? Was that summer or a message we could send? You traced maps on the back of my sleeve. Said this is home if we wanna believe. Skinning on this Queen Street carousel. Slow right through the colors where we fell. Laughing in the rain that never ends. Growing up with galaxies in our hands. Streetcar home. Last light low. Footprints fade where the sidewalks glow. If I close my eyes, I'm there again, riding past the same old stop. My friend.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Sweet Pea and Mayhem podcast for Tuesday, March 19th, 2026. Hope everybody's doing good out there. How you doing, John?
I'm above ground.
Today we were going to talk about fermenting. John's been doing a bunch of research and picked up some stuff and learning about fermenting. And due to how important it is to gut health, we figured we deliver a little info on it today.
Yep.
Um,
Now, 80% of your immune system is through your gut. 40% of all anxiety and depression is caused by gut health for serotonin levels not getting through properly because of the gut lining, not being looked after properly. There's all sorts of research and all sorts of stuff out there. Go on Netflix, go on Prime, and just type in gut health, and you will learn so much about how to live longer and live healthier. Now, this is a sauerkraut here. Or no, you had something you wanted to read.
Let me go through here first and just
Yeah.
do a little introduction to it. So I'm going to add this to the stage so that people can see it, and then we'll just read through it. It's the health benefits. Now, this is from the Cedars-Sinai, a major hospital setup that, works on healing people. It's the health benefits of fermented foods from kimchi to kefir. So humans have been turning fermented foods for centuries. And actually, when I did research, it said actually up to 13,000 years they've got.
That's how they preserve the food.
So the fermented foods contain live, sometimes inactive microorganisms that can populate the gut with healthy bacteria, boost the nutritional value of foods, and promote healthy digestion. The way to build a diverse microbiome is by eating a variety of foods that support the growth of different bacteria. And fermented foods are a great place to start. So what are fermented foods? They're foods that are created through the activity of microorganisms, typically a bacteria, yeast, or molds that feed on natural sugars and starches in food. And when they're feeding on them, they produce organic acids such as lactic acid, enzymes, and nutrients that both preserve the food and promote health. Most fermented foods also contain probiotics, which are good bacteria that support our gut health. These microbes may occur naturally in foods that are being fermented, or they can be added to kickstart the fermentation process. But not all fermented foods contain live active cultures when they're consumed. Heating, processing, and alcohol can kill live microbes. Sourdough bread, pasteurized yogurt, and wine all start with fermentation. But the organisms produced during fermentation don't usually survive the manufacturing process. This one is from Science Direct. Fermentation has held a central place in human nutrition for millennia, both for the preservation of perishable goods and their transformation. Fermented foods indeed have unique sensory properties. In addition to health benefits that are increasingly well documented, furthermore, fermentation contributes to the sustainability of our food systems. As we move towards more natural, plant-based, and sustainable diets, fermentation represents a key technology for transforming agri-food systems. The Ferment du Futur, the FDF initiative, with the support of France 2030, aims to develop new ferments to fermentation processes and to create high added value fermented foods, drawing on biotechnologies, data, and public-private collaborations. So they're even doing more research and more work on how to ferment and make them happen. The other one I wanted to show was this one here. And this one is actually from Stanford. And they actually have an online nutritional course that is a science-based guide to fermenting foods. So it's a science of fermented foods, why we eat fermented foods, do they need to be raw for the health benefits? It's a whole program. So that basically is to let you know how important fermented foods are in our system.
This is where I started fermenting garlic in honey. And if you look, it's nice, gooey, and it turns eventually, after about 6 months to a year, it turns black, but it never lasts that long.
So tell us about what you did. What have you done there?
Well,
all you did was
I took the whole garlic, and then I found out watching this show on how to take the skin off the garlic by shaking it in 2 pans and blah blah blah. So I spent hours. But anyways, it's got to be unpasteurized honey. And I put it in here in a dark place. And when it's fermenting, you have to crack the lid every day for about 10 days to a week to let the gases out, or else the jar could explode. Then I take the big ones and I chop them up into little ones for my salads and salmon, and it's absolutely delicious. So that's my little one I keep on the counter. This is the big one I keep in the cupboard. And this was my first fermentation. Then I started learning about fermentation. So then we got the sauerkraut, and it's organic sauerkraut. I think this is from Costco, I believe.
Yep, it is. Yeah.
And this is organic, and it doesn't have much flavor. So I put it on everything. I have it on crackers with mustard. I put it on sandwiches. I put it in salads. I try and eat it every day.
I actually, in the morning, I have this same one. And in the morning, I just do 2 big forkfuls, and that's a part of my start of my day.
You will benefit from this digestively, just unbelievably. So now I'm learning how to make my own. So watch out, world. So I bought a fermentation kit. This is it here. And it comes with the tamper. Comes with the tamper to tamp all your stuff down in the jar. Now I'll open it up here. Okay. It comes with a guide. And one of the first things I'm going to try in here, well, the sauerkraut, of course, but they've got a curry kraut, but sour dill pickles, but they got one here of gingered carrots. Oh, those are going to be so good. So yeah, so that.
Well, actually, let's read through so some of the people can see what different foods there are.
Yeah,
in there. What all is in that?
Well,
I'm familiar with kimchi, and I'm familiar with
kimchi is just a sauerkraut, Korean sauerkraut with spices
and some fish in it, which is one of the things I don't like.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of that.
So there's traditional,
and then the sauerkraut you can put more juniper berries. I like to put it on everything, so I don't want it too pungent. Yeah, so
sour dill.
Where's
sour dill?
There's the
ginger carrots.
Yeah.
Fuchsia fermented turnips.
Num num.
Wow.
So anyways,
fermented. Well, you can do a lot of different things.
Oh, there's way more. I'm going to do onions for sure. I love pickled onions.
Oh, that's funny. Fermented gardenia just means you do your celery, your cauliflower, that's kind of cool. Everything in the garden.
This is a wooden tamper to tamp the stuff down into the jar. Then it comes with these weights because it's really important to keep the food below the liquid. It will get bacteria and spoil if you don't. So you have to put these weights on. The weights press down, the fluid comes over the weights, and then you will not get into any trouble. And then these are called burpers. And they let the gases out, but they don't let anything in. So you don't have to crack the lid for 10 days to 2 weeks. They automatically ferment with these burpers. So they got a little air. Got a little air thing on the top.
As you've been making this,
that's
been the burping by you've been doing the lid. But with this,
you don't need
to do that if you get a kit. Okay.
Yeah. So this burper goes on top of the lid like that and lets the gases out, so you won't have an explosion. And these are the weights that keep everything down below the fluid. You have to have these.
So they're designed for a certain type of jar then.
Well, all the mason jars, see? All mason jars are basically the same lid.
Well, there's a smaller and a bigger. So
no, mostly have the same lid, just the jar's bigger. So I think there's 3 different sizes. There's the small, this is a medium, then there's the large. These work probably on the large too, but I wouldn't. But anyways, you can get bigger jars with the same thing, but you want to put this weight on top. That's very important. They're pretty heavy, actually. They're made of glass.
I guess I wouldn't use plastic or anything like that.
No, you don't want to use plastic. So there's the burpers, there's the glass weights, there's the wooden tamper. I got this at Canadian Tire, $2 cheaper than Amazon. I shopped around, And you want a real wooden tamper. You don't want a plastic piece of crap. So, yeah, so this is the fermentation kit. First thing I'm going to do, I already bought it, is I'm going to do the purple cabbage and I'm going to do the ginger carrots. And then I'm going to do the sour pickles. Then I'm going to do the onions because there's 4 burpers. I can make 4 things.
So I'll get to test them.
Yeah. So I got them
right here.
I'm going to buy some fresh dill. I've already got the garlic. I've already got the ginger. And I went and bought juniper berries and stuff for my sauerkraut. But yeah, so that's the fermentation kit.
This doesn't have juniper berries.
No, I don't. No, it doesn't have anything in it.
No, this is cabbage, sea salt, and garlic. So that's kind of the difference in the different sauerkrauts.
Yeah, the ones you get in the restaurant that are really pungent and they have the juniper berries and the coriander seeds and whatever. So you'll see the juniper berries in there. Well, I'm not going to use that because I like to put it on everything. So there's the kit. Got it at Canadian Tire right there. And I'll keep you posted on my progress. Another thing I wanted to talk about is apple cider vinegar. Now, you should have this in the morning on an empty stomach every day, but it has to be mixed with something. You can't drink it straight. It's bad for you. If you drink it just straight apple cider vinegar, you have to put it 8 ounces of warm water. I put mine in my smoothie. And this is ground up ginger that ferments inside the apple cider vinegar. So then I do 2 teaspoons of that. What I do is I microwave my smoothie to bring it to room temperature. I let it sit. I put 2 teaspoons of this in there, stir it, and I take my medication with my drink at room temperature. You don't want to take your medications with something with cold water because the microbes and everything will shrink and they'll curl up and they won't be able to pull the nutrients out. So now we have a Brita on the counter at room temperature, no cold water. I used to love cold milk after dinner. I don't drink anything cold anymore. And even the bottled water, I'm trying to get rid of the plastic. So it sits in the garage at room temperature. And I wanted to talk to you about something else too that I've been doing. But do you want to add anything about the fermentation?
I'm actually learning. I don't know a lot about fermentation. That's why I kind of dialed some up to read as well.
Okay.
I've used kimchi and sauerkraut. I know what they do.
The more I'm learning about gut health, the more I realize that fermentation, and there's a prebiotic and a probiotic. Think of your stomach lining as a lawn, and your probiotics feed the lawn. Well, the prebiotics are the fertilizer that looks after the lawn so it can eat. So kiwis are really good, and garlic is really good. I recommend you try this, fermenting this honey with the garlic. It is phenomenal, and it's one of the healthiest things you'll eat, and it's really good for you. So another thing I've been doing that I found out about through my research is cloves and cinnamon bark tea before I go to sleep, and I've been sleeping phenomenal. Cinnamon stick is, I didn't know that. And this is just broken up pieces, I guess, from the manufacturing. It's just called bark. And I get this from the exotic food store, the international market that sells stuff from around the world, spices, where I get all my spices, and every neighborhood has one. And then there's the bark. It's the cinnamon bark, and you break it up into pieces with some cloves. So this is the way I do it. Everybody's different. Everybody's going to ferment something different. Everybody's going to eat different. Look at, we all know what we have to do to get healthier and better. We all know what we have to do. People are smart. It's just getting to do it. That's the
hard part.
Yeah. And and it's expensive being healthy too. You know, this GMO crap food is so cheap, you know, and you don't have much money, you know, Costco sauerkraut, and you know, there is things you can do. But anyways, what I do is I boil the water. And now I find out that green tea does not like boiling hot water. So now I run a kettle with 6 different temperatures. And I run my kettle at the lowest temperature, 165 degrees. And now I make my tea that way now in the morning because I don't want to damage the green tea. Apparently, it's very fragile. So break up the bark, 5 or 6 cloves. After dinner, I put the kettle on high, 200 degrees. I break up some bark, put in some cloves, and I put about that much water in the glass and I let it steep till bedtime. And then about a half an hour before bed, I add about that much more boiling hot water, and I drink it before bed. And I've been doing it for about a week and a half now, and I tell you, it works. It works like a hot damn. And yeah, I've been sleeping way better. But I bought a better pillow too. Me and the wife invested in a proper pillow, and they had a 2-for-1 at Sleep Country. I didn't know that pillows were $200.
Only the good ones.
Yeah, worth every penny. Worth there. You know, I've been using these My Pillow ones with big chunks of foam this big, and well, now I got a good pillow. Oh my goodness, what a difference. So cinnamon bark and cloves, highly recommended for sleep.
Which are also good for the gut all the way around.
Oh, the cloves fight parasites.
Yeah.
Cinnamon bark is very good for your digestive system. And so it might not work for everybody, but it works for me. And it's worth trying. So cinnamon bark and cloves tea, highly recommended. Probably you could go with calamine tea too, or whatever it's called. Okay, another thing I started doing was the turmeric shots. Now the turmeric shots, you can't do every day. So we rotate between these and the beet shots. And we're probably going to look into other shots every day. But it's orange, lemon, turmeric, and pepper. And you have to have the pepper to make the turmeric work. Pepper helps make turmeric absorb 2,000% more. So that's why all the recipes you see with turmeric, they blend it up, then you put it in cheesecloth and you squeeze all the juice out of it, and that's what you get. And it don't taste very good, but it's one of the best things you'll drink. And you want to do, I wait before lunch to do mine. Sue does hers in the morning on an empty stomach. But yeah, so that's turmeric shots. Look it up. I recommend. We got these 2-ounce glasses on Amazon, and they've got the little plastic top thing in there, and I nuke these for 14 to 15 seconds and let it sit and bring it up to temperature too, because I don't want to have ice cold liquid. Then your body's not going to absorb it better. Okay, I've talked enough.
I'm just going to kind of go through a little bit of why the pepper in the turmeric. Turmeric contains several biologically active compounds called curcuminoids, especially curcumin. It has anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and signaling effects in vitro and in human cells. The problem is curcumin is absorbed very poorly when taken orally by itself. So black pepper contains something called piperine. It's an alkaloid that comes from the black pepper. It inhibits certain enzymes involved in metabolizing and clearing compounds from the gut and the liver, particularly, don't know this word actually, glucuronidation pathway.
What? You didn't know that?
Yeah.
Loser.
By slowing the curcumin breakdown, and it increases intestinal permeability, it increases the blood levels of curcumin. And they've done a bunch of different studies. They found that adding 20 milligrams of piperine to 2 grams of curcumin increased the bioavailability by 2,000%. So that pepper really seriously increases the bioavailability. And if you're not adding pepper to it, you're wasting some money. It's, you definitely want to add the pepper in on that.
And yeah, so that's the turmeric shots. Last week we had the beet shots and they were much better tasty.
Do you add anything to the beet or just the beet shot?
Ginger and a few other goodies. There's all different recipes, but if you have older parents or anybody that doesn't seem very healthy or whatever, start learning about the gut, because 80% of your immune system comes from the gut. And if you don't have a healthy gut, you're going to get leaky gut. Your serotonin levels are going to come down. You're going to leak because your liver filters and then dumps back into your gut. And the reason our poo is the color it is those are dead blood cells. And your liver has filtered everything out and dumped it back into your gut. So without a healthy lining in your gut, that'll go through the lining into your bloodstream and cause problems. It'll cause fatigue. It'll cause mental problems. It'll cause anxiety, all because of the serotonin levels.
Autoimmune issues like crazy.
Yeah. So the more I'm learning about the gut, and I started changing things, things have changed. My energy level's up, and more regular, and I'm sleeping better with the cinnamon and clove tea. So I'm health-wise, I feel really good. Better than I felt in years. So I can't wait to start fermenting.
And then adding in the supplementation that we've got, the cacao, the 7 mushroom, it's up to your heart health, which is
Heart function's gone over 50%. Never had that. So the cacao and the 7 mushroom and the spinach and blueberries and everything I take in the morning. But I started microwaving it and letting it sit and come up to room temperature before I drink it.
The only hassle I have in there is I've studied microwaving.
Yeah.
Microwaving works by readjusting the molecular structure of the water.
It vibrates.
So, well, it actually changes it, modifies the complete.
And I don't like doing it, but it's better than drinking it cold.
Well, you can put it in a pot on the stove and do this.
Yeah. Are you kidding? I can barely use the microwave. You're asking way too much over my pay grade.
That's funny because I do that. I throw my stuff on the stove.
Well, you also know big words.
Don't study the microwaving stuff, then, because
2 teaspoons, 2 tablespoons in the morning, mixed with warm water and some lemon.
Yeah, but it's not just apple cider vinegar.
No, I got the ginger in there. Yeah, I've got the ginger in there.
So tell me what you did to make that.
I ground up the ginger with I just ground it up. No. I ground it by hand in a shredder. And then I just poured in apple cider vinegar, but it has to be the good apple cider vinegar. It's called Mama's or Granny's or whatever. It's the organic, really good stuff. And I poured it in there. Now this, real easy to do. The honey has to be pasteurized, but if you're going to start fermenting, start with this. Now I'm going to move to the purple cabbage sauerkraut, and I'm going to put some ginger and garlic in there and some juniper berries. I bought some caraway seeds, and so it's going to be a little more tastier than this one, but I'm going to experiment. And I'll come on and I might be a different color. Who knows? But so shots, apple cider vinegar, fermented foods, and you will feel better. Guaranteed. I guarantee it. I'll give you 37 cents if you don't. There's only 2 people watching, so there's 74 cents. I couldn't.
That's 2 people in whatever room this is.
Oh, never mind.
Could be 20 times 37 cents.
Uh-oh. Damn, 20 followers. Who knew?
Wow. Let's see. Is there anything else we wanted to say on fermented foods?
Just go on Prime if you got it, or Netflix, or go YouTube. Just type in,
you have a dude that you follow. Hang on, because I have.
There's a guy I follow on Reels that is unbelievable, and he uses the gut to treat nerve damage and neuropathy, and he can heal your gut and get it going in about 30 days.
That's Dr. Todd Strong.
Yeah,
You can look
Todd
his
Strong.
reels up. You know, everybody's doom scrolling. Instead of doom scrolling, health scroll.
Yeah.
Scroll for healthy things. But I
Yeah.
have to say, I've been on my Facebook feed and saying, don't show me this, don't show me this, show me this, show me this, don't show me this. And all I get is the don't show me this shit coming across over and over and over again. I'd like to just get the, hey, this is what makes you healthy.
I just watch interviews with cats. That's all I do.
Oh, no, you sent me the one of the dogs.
Dogs. Oh,
where the
yeah.
dog
I
pushes
got
that
the
little
dog.
chihuahua
Oh, the dog podcast too. I did the dog podcast and cats and little Yorkshire terrors.
That's yeah.
Yorkie terrorists.
Terrorists.
Yeah, Yorkie terrorists.
Oh, I'm stealing the terrorist for Chica. So when they say what is
Okay.
she crossed with, I'm going to say deerhead chihuahua and
No.
terrorist.
No, yes, no Spanish Gila terrorist.
Oh, well, that pretty much brings us to the end of the show. We wanted to say thanks to Al for letting us have the show.
Thanks, Al.
Thanks for Cindy for making this all happen for us. And thanks you
Cindy.
to the sponsors that allow us to keep doing it week to week. And thank you, the viewers, for hanging out, listening to us,
Maybe
and
what-
making us not feel
Maybe
lonely.
maybe one day we'll talk about magic mushrooms. Trying to get everybody healthy so our 20 followers don't die on us. We don't
You're
want
listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with a flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Old hoodie, backyard chair, sun sinking slow in the tree. Cousin rolling fat as a finger, uncle laughing, telling old stories. Torch kiss, paper sparks, little green halo in the dust. Pass it right, pass it left, whole clan buzzing on trust. Cannabis ganja, pass that flame. Smoking Mary Jane on the back deck, same old game. Devil's lettuce in the circle, calling my name. Just birds and love in that backyard haze. Ashtray on the wobbling rail, dogs at our feet, waiting scraps, playlist humming those marijuana anthems, every chorus hitting like a tap. Sticky fingers, sticky jaws, neighbor waving through the steam. We're all muggles till the magic hits, then the world slows down to a dream. Oh, cannabis ganja, pass that flame. Smoking Mary Jane on the back deck, same old game. Devil's lettuce in the circle, calling my name. Just buds and love in that backyard haze. Yeah. Little cough, then that grin. Oh yeah. Someone says you remember when? Same skin, same crew, new blood, same view. Every puff pulls us closer again. Cannabis, pass that flame. Smoking Mary, same old game. Devil's lettuce in the circle, calling my name. Just buds and love in that backyard haze.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for him.
Whoa, you caught me in the middle of a hit. Whoa, oh my goodness gracious, that was a good hit. And I want to remind you to hit the subscribe button if you haven't below, and hit the like button. We'd appreciate that. That adds to the algorithms, which helps us be found in other people's feeds. And please share us with your friends. I am your host, Casper Leach, and you are watching Time for Hemp. This is a program about the importance of educating people about this fantastic plant, and we are working diligently to try to end prohibition on hemp all around the world. And with that said, we have an international program today. We have people on from Canada and, of course, from the great United States. And speaking, before I go any farther into the program, don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, that you hit your pipes, your vaporizers, your bongs, and your joints and take Time for Hemp. With that said, I'm going to bring on one of my joint hosts here in the United States, Mr. Al Byrne. He's one of the founders of Patients Out of Time. He has been diligently dedicating his life to ending cannabis prohibition so that people who need medical cannabis can have it without having to become a criminal. Isn't that right, Al?
Well, yeah, exactly. We don't need criminal anything. And in fact, all of the major federal U.S. government studies that have ever been conducted on that subject have said just what we said, that the use of cannabis by individuals should never have been criminalized. Schaefer Commission, on and on. Certainly the two IOM reports, Institute of Medicine reports, thought that the cannabis is a medicine. It shouldn't be criminalized. And while I'm on that subject, because it's time for hemp, well, let's remind everybody that cannabis is the plant that hemp is also called. It can be called by different names, but it's cannabis is the basic plant. And I repeat again, it's a plant. So as you go through your life and you hear people talking about marijuana and the drug cannabis or something, they're wrong. You know, marijuana is a slang term. It was used as a derogatory term in times past, mainly aimed at Mexicans and Mexican Americans in the United States South, black people, of course. And then cannabis is a real term, and it's a plant. It's a very valuable plant. In fact, it is an herb. In 2014, the American Herbal Association declared cannabis was an herb. So I wrote all this in my book there. You see, some of you see it, For Country and Cannabis. It's out. It's everywhere. Apple Books, Amazon. It's an ebook. It's a real book. It's 360 pages long. I have it full of information, education, some of which I just gave you. And I wrote it for that reason. And it's also a history book. It will tell you how and who made medical cannabis a subject matter for discussion and actually a subject of success, not only here in the United States, but as where our guest today is in Canada, and essentially all over the European continent, although we still have some problems in Asia. That's not universally true, but they still haven't grabbed it. Anyway, that's who I am. I'm an author. I've been doing this work with medical cannabis and legalization of cannabis for years, decades. And with that, I'm going to introduce my other co-host, besides Casper here, another Al Graham up in Ontario. So you American guys have to go with him a little bit. He doesn't really speak English like we do. But hey, Al, how you doing?
What's that all about? Or is that all boot?
I like that about. So I can't even do it, but I really like that OUT stuff you guys do.
Yeah. Hey, we're neighbors. We just have to figure out how to spell it. That's all. All right. A nice book. I didn't know Casper had a copy of it sitting right there. All right. I'll have to get myself one.
And even though I went to public schools in Indiana, I can read most of it. There's a lot of big words in it, so I have to get somebody to help me with the big words. But
I'm sorry about that, but those are my dogs on the cover, golden retrievers. So you know, I'm a dog lover, and you'll find a lot of dog stories in the book, including how I feed cannabis to my dogs every evening.
Okay.
And the dog sitting in the middle with the white hair is a Sheltie. Isn't that?
Yeah, that's true. Yes. We borrowed him for the picture.
All right. Other than that, paceradio.net is where you're going to find psychedelics and cannabis educational information, news, stories, and interviews.
And don't we have a guest from Canada?
We sure do.
Today?
We sure do. We got a guest from Canada. And actually, she's from my neck of the woods. She's from right here in Ontario. And we do run into each other occasionally at different events. So our guest today, as I mentioned, she's a cannabis consumer and advocate for 46 years. So she's been consuming for quite a while. So I look forward to finding out how she got started. She has worked in the cannabis industry for the last 8 years as a founder and educator, which is a career that has seen her recognized in helping patients and especially the seniors. She says to have been a huge part of legalization in Canada has been an experience that we'll never be able to put into words, but it's been the highlight of my career. Today, we're going to see if we can get her to put it into words, see what happens. Without further delay, I'm happy to welcome and say welcome to Michelle Parada, aka Mimi Cannabis, for taking time for him today. How you doing, Mimi?
Guys, thanks
Welcome
for
to the
having
big broadcast.
me.
Yeah, we helped this.
It makes me so happy to see.
Well,
two
we hope
Americans.
this would be another highlight to your career.
But it's so nice. Thank you for having me. And it's so nice with what's going on in the world right now to have two Americans and two Canadians sitting here talking about one common goal. And that makes me really happy. So thank you very much for including me today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, I have to ask a Florida question. Okay, I'm looking at your last name, Parada, and I understand Parada, but I'm a parrot head. You know what that means?
Yeah, you like Jimmy Buffett.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yes, we're going to have a good time today.
But it's funny.
Way to go.
Parata, and that's what I'll say to people. It's parrot basically with an A. But yeah, my husband is Italian. So yes, I'm actually of Polish descent, whereas my husband is Italian. So yes, Parada. It's got a vowel on the end.
I don't want to stereotype because it's not polite to stereotype, but I do understand with your husband being Italian, I better not upset you. Otherwise, I'll find people at my door. So.
He's one of the gentle and kind ones.
Good.
Good. All right. As I said, I'm going to introduce you. Welcome to the show, Mimi. To get things started, you said you started 46 years ago, cannabis.
Oh, yeah.
How'd that all get started?
A metal pipe down by the creek in Kingston, Ontario. That's when I tell my story, I always include the metal pipe because nobody uses them anymore. But it was really funny. I remember the first time that I tried it, I was like 15 years old, and I thought to myself, because I never really liked, how when you're young and you would get into the alcohol and you would get sick or whatever. It was just never for me. Alcohol was just never for me. And as I remember the first time trying cannabis and thinking, I like this, I like this. And at the time, you don't realize you're medicating, but as you go through life with cannabis, you realize how it takes you from one place to another and heals you. And like I said, I cannabis oil and smoking cannabis, two of my favorite things in the whole wide world, for sure.
So when you're a kid, you're back in your teenage years. I have a daughter. No, she's way grown up. But there's a lot of angst as a teenage girl. Self-esteem problems. You got all kinds of, am I really a woman? What the hell's going on anyway? Did you found cannabis help you with that? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Cannabis, it just always made me feel like the thing that was missing, socially, everything, and at that time, when you're that young, you don't realize, and then as you get older, I started dealing with anxiety and realizing that cannabis was helping my anxiety. And I just, used it as a tool for anxiety for so long. And for now that I'm older, over 60, definitely aches and pains, right? I've never been one for pharmaceuticals, not too many. Of course, at our age, we have to sometimes take them. But cannabis has always been the thing. I believe in homeostasis, and I think that's the biggest thing, is that I feel like my body is balanced properly with cannabis. If that sounds, and I truly do believe in homeostasis, and I believe that in the, the endocannabinoid system that we need to have, use these receptors that we have, right? And but honestly, I couldn't function without it now. Like, there's no way. And it's not in a bad way, because I probably use 70% oil, 30% flour. So I take oil, and I like 1-to-1 oils. I like even balanced amounts of CBD and THC. That's my right. And honestly, it helps me with my aches and pains. And I have a lot of spasms. It helps me with anxiety. It helps me with so much. But I love balanced products. I love balanced flour. It's hard to find, especially in our recreational market, because it doesn't sell well. It's hard. When I get my hands on it, I grab it because it's really sometimes hard to find.
Let me interrupt for the audience. We know what we're talking about. They might not. What Mamie's talking about having a balance in her cannabis dose, what she's really talking about is matching up THC, the compound, with CBD, the compound. Now, the reason this is important is because CBD mitigates the psychotropic activity of the THC. Absolutely. What that means in plain language is it keeps you from getting stoned too much, but you get all of the medical attributes of the whole plant, which we as professionals in this communication thing here all agree we need, and that's what Mimi uses, the whole plant. But again, that balance is there so that she gets a therapeutic value and she gets some psychotropic value. The stuff goes to your brain, but it goes in such a way that it's modified, that one compound modifies the other. So it's very manageable and very, very easy to titrate. Now, which I want to get to you.
Exactly. Titration.
How do you do it? How do you titrate? How do you smoke this stuff? Do you eat it? What's going on? And how do you titrate?
I take my oil every single morning when I get up.
So you wake and bake.
No, I physically take it like as if it were medicine.
There's no bacon. There's no bacon involved.
No bacon. No bacon until later in the day.
Okay.
Now, how do you take it? You put it under your tongue or
under my tongue. Maybe even if I'm having breakfast that morning, I can stick it on something, whatever.
Right.
Doesn't it taste like hell? Doesn't it taste terrible?
I'm used to it. I like the taste of it, but yes, there are people that don't like the taste of it, and that's why they take edibles, because I honestly don't mind the taste of it. And I mean, there's some people who take the oil and it doesn't agree with their stomach. I mean, let's face it, you're eating oil, things can happen, right?
So your titration is by experience.
Yeah, I'm up to, I take 2 full mils of 15 balanced oil every day. 2 full mils, one in the morning and one probably around 3 o'clock.
So that's 15 milligrams of each? Is that what you're saying? 15?
Per mil.
Well, you're a real stoner. Jeepers.
Well,
and then you smoke it too?
Yeah, usually once my day is done, that's when I get into smoking. I do vape. I do have a vape that I use, but actual flower, I try to keep that for the evenings.
Do you sleep well?
I sleep very well. Sleep extremely well. And I also am very much into topicals. I mean, I don't go to bed at night without putting some sort of a ointment or topical on the back of my neck. I don't, topicals are one of the most underrated thing that we have,
Yeah, I find it funny we can only buy them in recreational stores.
You take
that's going to change.
Yeah. And now,
you put that stuff on your neck for pain. Is that right?
Sometimes I just put it just to relax me, just kind of lulls me off to sleep. But I love topicals. And I'm very much all about terpenes, certain terpenes. So my company has its own terpene face serum, so made with terpenes. So that doesn't even have cannabis in it, but it has beta-caryophyllene in it, right? Which is a cannabinoid, right? So it's incredible. I'm very much have taken the time to learn why it helps me so much. Not just, it helps me great, but I've really taken the time, and it is terpene profiles. It's all of those things. I know right away. I can open up a bag of cannabis and smell it and know right away that it's not for me.
Well, I do have a question. Here. First of all, I would imagine that putting it on your neck is kind of like perfume, like Calvin Klein's Essence of THC.
Yes.
But, I was curious. Vaporizing. I've heard a lot of things about vaping. I know that a lot of people do it, but I can certainly tell you I've heard a lot of negative things about vaping, that it might not be healthy. When I vape, I can't, because it has to get to such a high temperature that it hurts my throat.
Right.
So do you find that there is any health drawbacks to utilizing a vape?
I don't think it's good for us. I mean, I agree with you 100%. But what I do find vaping good for, because I do deal with spasms for onset, if I'm having an onset onset pain or onset spasm, I find vaping very quick and very helps relieve it fast. Of course, flowers even better, but in the daytime, if I need some type of a quick, I'm having a bit of a spasm in my back, and I get a lot of Charlie horse pain and things like that. So that's why I find for onset, something that happens immediately, this is the ticket.
Now, when people talk about the negative effects of vaping, I look at it as they're really talking about, maybe these carts and all that. I can't see, at least I'm not aware of anywhere. I've seen a study showing that the vaping of whole plant cannabis through a vaporizer is beneficial. There's nothing in it.
Well, it's funny that you should say that. One of the other products that is available through my company is the nose adapter for a vape cartridge. So there are people doing it.
Yeah,
wait.
The nose
adapter. You mean like when you're in the nursing home and they got the little...
Yes. For your vaporizer. And because some people, it does affect their lungs so badly. If you do it through your nose, the terpenes go right to your brain, it's incredible. For dental work, if you're getting dental work done, this is another great device. But yeah, it's not good for our lungs. Vaping is not good for our lungs. And I think that we're going to find that there's going to be some regulations. I believe they are going to be taking the flavoring out in Canada like they have in many states in the United States. So I'm not sure.
They can't they're not talking about removing natural flavors.
No. They're talking about like the stuff that makes it attractive, like making it taste like cotton candy or cherry or that type of stuff, right?
I've seen on some vape cartridges it'll say added flavor agents. That's all it says, added flavor agents.
Right.
What is it?
Yeah, and what are we inhaling, more importantly, right?
Yeah.
So I do, it's funny because my husband yells at me a lot for vaping. Like he's like, your cough, I hate, you know what I mean? So yes, people who don't vape notice it too, will notice it in your cough. So yeah, but I'm bad. I do it. But yeah.
Well, I live in a situation where I don't smoke in my house.
Yeah.
I have others that come in here all the time and they don't want the smell and all that. And so I use the vape while I'm inside.
Exactly. That's the same.
You don't smoke cannabis in your house?
No, I don't.
Oh my God. You must be outside like 18 hours a day.
I do it in the office. I do it in my office because I say I have a cannabis related business, so I'm allowed in my office.
Yeah, I do dabs, but like I don't smoke a joint. Yeah. I'll do dabs in the house, but not joints.
All right, now Michelle. Well, look, you're like the rest of us. You're like 100 years old now. Didn't you start this journey like when you were in your last half century?
Oh my God. It's so funny. I was in hospitality my whole life, hotel sales. And as soon as all of the talk of legalization in Canada started, I thought to myself, am I still young enough to get involved? Because at that point I'm like pushing 50, right? So, and I basically gave up the same job for how many years? I don't know, 15 years, and hopped on and joined a medical cannabis company. And basically the rest is history. And that was like, I was 49. So at least, And then
so that means that when you were in the hospitality industry, that was when they were first building hotels back in the 1800s, probably, right?
Exactly.
So, what made you decide to stand up and go, well, put a bullseye on me and make me a hemp activist? I'm going to talk publicly about this.
Well, do you want to know something? I think people close to me always knew. You know, before, you know, legalization, there was all we're like we had this conversation before the show. Even now, you know, we're going into, what are we now, Al, year 7 of legalization?
Yeah.
And we're still dealing with stigma, you
Oh
know?
yeah.
And we're federally legal. Like, it's not like it's province here, place there. Our whole country is legal. So it's but yeah, there's still, you know, my nickname is always, because my name is Michelle, people called me Mimi Cannabis. So when I first started my business, that's what I called it, because that's what, you know, was recognized. But then as I started to grow and not just supply cannabis stores or head shops, so to speak, I made the change, and now I call myself MC Lifestyle Wholesale. So the Mimi Cannabis is still there, the MC, but I tried to bring it more as a lifestyle as opposed to a bad thing. And, you know, it's really helped my business. It's the best thing I could have done, because now I'm in stores that aren't like cannabis related. So I've opened up the market so that everything that I sell in my company could be sold anywhere.
So
there's
you
no
got kids?
regulation.
Do you have children?
I have one. Yes, I have a 24-year-old.
All right. Well, my question is, what did you tell Mini Mimi about smoking pot?
You know what? It's a great question, because we didn't make a big deal about it. And I think that's what, if you make a big deal about things when kids are young, they want to do it, right? You know, what am I missing? What am I missing? My daughter was raised to believe it was medicine.
Okay.
And yes, does she like to use cannabis? The odd time, but it's not her everyday thing. But she also understands that the oil helps me a lot, and she's understood that from a pretty young age. So yeah, it was always sort of directed as medicine in my house.
How'd your husband handle all this? Is he into this, or is he neutral?
Oh yeah, my husband definitely likes cannabis, and definitely uses oil as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's, you know, it's funny, you know, when legalization started here in Canada, there's so many people came out of the closet, you know. It was like, oh, you use I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know, right? So, you know, but now that it's accepted I mean, for the most part, I think that the number one people walking in the stores, though, and spending the most money are the people our age. I mean, we know the benefit of it even more than the younger people. So, you know, I think some of the younger people are still hung up on that drinking thing and stuff, right? Whereas, honestly, we are the number one demographic walking in the stores here in Canada. Absolutely.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, because Casper and Al and I, when we went back to restart Time for Hemp, discussed among ourselves that one of the reasons we're doing this is to bring education to the younger generation. There isn't any, it's legal, so we don't discuss it anymore. But with our age group, we've lived it. So it's interesting you bring that up, and it's interesting that's what you see in Canada. Yeah.
And it's interesting what you just said about education and how it's gone by the wayside since legalization. And that's too bad, you know. And I had the same conversation recently with someone else, because when I first started my business was meant to, like you said, educate seniors, you know, older people, more mature cannabis use. trying to fight that good stigma and stuff. And actually, I went on this whole theme that green is the new gray. And that's what I had. My t-shirt said green is the new gray. It was a whole theme, a whole vibe. But you know what? I was too soon. I was too early because it's changed. Now everybody wants them again, right? Because they have an older person in their family, or my skunkle, or that uses weed, that I'd like to get a green is the new gray t-shirt for, right? So
now, do you find when you first started this and you started approaching like seniors when it comes to cannabis, was there some resistance? Because people used to always look at, oh, the old people, they don't like cannabis. There was sort of that mentality of years ago that went by that thought that.
I was the keynote speaker at the Dundas Seniors Fair, and it was standing room only, you guys, like standing room only. The curiosity was there.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah. So I mean, it's just one of those things that seniors want to be a little more discreet about it. But yeah, now it seems to be, like I said, we know what the demographics are in these stores, and it's mature. It's not,
And down here in Florida, we had an advocate. He's gone now, but he started up several years ago what he called the Silver Tour, meaning the color of our hair. And it was quite effective. When cannabis was voted on for medical use in Florida a few years back, that older demographic, those older, say 70 years old, went almost 90% to have medical cannabis part of Florida law. And that word had come from guys like him with the Silver Tour and word of mouth. Exactly. One guy goes to a Silver Tour meeting and he goes to play golf with three other guys the next 3 days, and he's talking the talk. And now, so that kind of educational activity still needs to go on. And that's, again, why Time for Hemp is here. We're trying to do that, and you're helping. And I know we're trying to help you to take your message and broaden it in some way.
Well, do you want to know something? It makes me sad to see that the states can't get it done federally. It would be so nice. I think it would be great for both countries. I think it would be great for trade. I think it would be great for so many things. But with, Florida, I mean, it's just still medical. You can't get recreational there. And you're in Indiana, Casper?
I am. And I tell people that when it's 3 o'clock in New York, it's noon in California, and it's 1955 in Indiana. So, yeah.
Oh, dear. So you can't even get medical? You can't even get, no. Wow.
No. The only thing we can do is we can get vapes, but they still arrest people for having recreation, medical, and it's a lot of drain on the economy because not only are they enforcing it in that aspect, but then there's a lot of people who take their dollars to Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, and Illinois. Jeepers, all the states around us, even Kentucky, I think, and we go and buy our medications there. So you would think that they would at least come up to 1968 sometime.
Right.
Yeah, because even you taking it across your state border is a charge.
Yeah. State law,
it is.
You're not even supposed to, eh?
Yeah. Now, Mimi, dealing with the senior end of things, do you find that a lot of them are surprised that you don't need to smoke cannabis?
I think that, and I think the other big thing is that because, let's face it, arthritis is the biggest thing we deal with as far, like when we're in medical cannabis and we're talking to seniors, it's arthritis. And what is arthritis? root of is inflammation, right? We already know that THC and CBD are two of the most powerful anti-inflammatories, plant-based, that we have access to, because you start taking what the problem is with the seniors right now is they can't take the prescription anti-inflammatories. It kills their stomach. They can't handle it. So, I think that a lot of them are very surprised at the anti-inflammatory properties that are in our beautiful plant, because honestly, it's people can't believe that how well it helps.
How do you get your message out? Do you go door to door? Do you go to the nursing homes and say, here, fire up, or what?
Well, like I said, I do speak at seniors fairs. I do like if somebody wants me to come and speak, I'll come and speak, no problem. But I basically only speak about mature cannabis use. And like sometimes I'll wake up in the morning because people know that I'm that person, right? I mean, some people are still even at that point where they're afraid to even go into the legal stores, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Or what they'll email me, Mimi, what should I expect? I think the other problem the biggest serious problem that Canada did, bad, shame on Canada for when they legalized, was not letting people talk about medical, meaning like, if someone comes into a recreational cannabis store and starts asking medical questions, the bud tender literally has to cut them off and say, I can't, I can get in trouble for that, right? We need a two-door system. Even if it's just, if the stores can only afford to have a nurse practitioner in 1 day a week, okay, that person comes in and starts asking those questions and going there. That's when you would say to them, June, our nurse is going to be in next week. We can book you in with her, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this is where Canada lost it. This is where they fucked up, excuse my language, but this is where they screwed up.
I've said the same thing. Like you go to Rexall, you go to Guardian Drugs or whatever, you go into a store, you pass by all kinds of thousands of products in order to get to the dispensary at the back. There's no reason why they can't have a medical dispensary or somebody along that line within a recreational store, so the patients can actually have access and talk to somebody who knows what they're talking about, because they've talked about eliminating stores or wanting to, would the stores help deal with the medical access for patients? Could the stores replace the medical program? But you're not going to send a 5-year-old.
Well, wait a minute. What is there a law against hiring an RN?
Well, basically what they've done, Al, is they've separated the two entities. There's medical cannabis and recreational cannabis. If you want medical cannabis, you go see a nurse practitioner or a doctor, and, you get set up with an LP, and it's got to come to you by mail.
By mail?
That's right. By mail. You can't just walk into a store and buy medical cannabis.
Yeah, like now some stores you'll find, like most of the stores now carry 1-to-1 oil. Most of the stores now carry sometimes a 1-to-1 flower or a CBD flower, right? But the problem is that how can someone who make this make sense? Someone who uses it recreationally can just walk in and buy it willy-nilly, but someone who needs it medically has to wait for it? Come on.
That's crazy. What's the Canadian position on animals? I mean, if I go to a bud tender and say, I want the best stuff for my dog who's got arthritis problems.
Do you want to know what I say? I didn't hear it. There you go. There it is.
Yeah.
Because honestly, this is where New York State did it better than us. They opened up, they were allowed after the Farm Bill to open up CBD shops. So all of these stores opened up, all these people opened up CBD shops in New York State. They had established time to establish their clientele. And then after, they got to apply for their THC licenses. And theoretically, if they had done it that way here, I don't think we'd be in the situation that we're in right now with the lack of education. But yeah, I mean, we're hearing rumblings that you will be able to get a CBD license within a year and open up just a CBD store where you can sell the pet stuff and you can sell just CBD stuff, no THC whatsoever. Am I waiting for that? Yes, because honestly, I think that Canada needs it badly.
I think when it comes to the regulations, I'm not quite sure, but I believe the veterinarian end of things is still in the works. It sounds like the cannabis health products that they're doing right now, that they're asking for public input on.
They are, and you can apply, you can get on a list, and it does include pet stuff. But theoretically, like I said, like in the recreational stores, it's very strict, and like the government will send in people pretending to ask medical questions.
Oh, sure. Yeah, they always do
that. To catch them, right?
Yeah.
All right. Now, I've had this question thrown at me, but I think you're better suited to answer it. I've had people say, so do you think there should be an age limit on utilizing cannabis? Do you think children should be allowed to use it, like even for medicine? And so I'll let you address that to the people who might have those questions, because you seem better in a situation to give them a more profound answer.
Well, I will say that my company has helped actually 2 children get access. So, and it's in regards to seizures and epilepsy and that type of situation. So do I agree? Absolutely. I agree that everybody should have access to this medicine, whether it's safer than pharmaceuticals. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it is. And I know that that's how this panel probably feels too. So yeah, I mean, I've heard of so many stories in the States of people having to, go move to another state that's legal for their child to get access to it. And that makes me sad, because
there are internal refugees in our country, not in yours, but in ours. But let me tell you what the Massachusetts law on cannabis basically is. I can say it in a sentence. It says that cannabis can be used by a patient in conversation with their attending physician, and based on the attending physicians, this is cool, education, experience, and judgment. This is what medical professionals do for everything. So what Massachusetts did, age is not mentioned. Judgment is, experience is, and the agreement of a patient with the doctor, and I would assume about their child. So I think that's the answer that I give, Casper, to people, that it's all about the patient, the needs, and the judgment of the attending physician. And again, I've said this, and I'll say it again here because I think it's really important. When we're talking about these laws in the United States, in a state, federally, Canada, wherever the hell we're talking, these laws are made by lawyers, cops, right? And all we're talking about here right now is therapeutic use, medicine. Well, what the hell cops and lawyers got in this conversation to begin with? Where the hell do they come from? Why are they here? So this whole thing is, to my mind, absurd. It's been absurd for 40 years for me. It remains absurd, probably tomorrow too. And I just picked that out. When you're thinking in Canada or the United States about all this law about cannabis, think who made them: cops, lawyers, not doctors and nurses. So
right.
I have a slogan. When you're trying to figure out if something is real or unreal, consider the source. Where does that shit come from? And right now, we are dealing with shit in cannabis that comes from cops and lawyers. In the United States, by the way, if you practice medicine without a license, you go to jail.
Yeah.
They practice medicine every day. They don't go to jail. They just make a new law up, and it's based on nothing but myth and fantasy. And obviously, I'm getting worried. You're about the third or fourth Canadian that has come on here in the last couple of months and said they won't even let us talk about this shit.
Yeah.
I'm an American. That doesn't ring good for me. You don't tell me what to say.
It's that big medical, and they don't want that being discussed in the stores. Like even Health Canada that authorizes our medical use doesn't recognize it as a medical item.
It's too bad. I mean,
maybe you guys can become a state. I don't know. What do you think?
No thanks.
Mimi, you mentioned that you've had to deal with a couple of children. I know that I myself have had to deal with children in the past, trying to get them licensed. Has it gotten any easier over the years to find a physician that's willing to sign for?
I actually know a nurse practitioner that does sign for children. So but there has to be so much. There's a lot of paperwork involved, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, when the problem with Canada is they want them to try everything else first. So they got to put these kids through hell first on other shit, right? And that doesn't work. And then that's the problem with medical cannabis, the rules of getting it in Canada. They want you to exhaust every other pharmaceutical option first, and that's where it's wrong, right?
Yeah, it's upside down.
Cannabis should be the first line of defense.
Exactly.
It's not.
Exactly. And the other thing that we call it down here is an exit drug. Yeah. You've been loaded up with pharmaceuticals and your life has gone to shit. You try cannabis and all of a sudden the pharmaceuticals go away. You probably stop using nicotine and alcohol. Your life is a lot better. It's an exit drug. But absolutely, Mimi, it should be the first choice, not the last. Absolutely.
Al, unless I'm mistaken, and you can address this, haven't they also utilized smoking cannabis as a way of getting people off of like cigarettes and heroin and a variety of other drugs?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There's
we can, it's definitely like, and I mean, and not everybody agrees with it, but I mean, okay, let's talk about Vancouver, right, Al?
Yeah. There's been reports, we've reported them in our news shows, of the benefits of not surveys, but of studies talking about the benefits of people using cannabis as an exit out of stuff as far as like opioids, all the heroin addiction. I know of people, advocates right here in Canada, who are running cannabis substitution programs, and they're seeing benefits.
Yeah, because there's a very big opioid problem definitely in Vancouver. And I know they've had some great success. I mean, I know Jody works hard out there. There's lots of people working really hard out there. And look at Neil Magnuson, like he just recently passed away. He was one of our biggest advocates, and he would be in a trailer there, getting people to take cannabis instead of, because it's bad. There's some bad spots there, right?
Yeah.
Harm reduction is the biggest thing that we don't talk about, and people say, what do you mean harm reduction? It's harm reduction,
It is. Yeah, exactly. It is.
So,
And
Michelle,
keep in
now I know
mind-
you've been active in women in cannabis, and you've been active in a variety of. So that tells me that you don't work solo. So you've got a team of people that you work with. Tell us more about your work as an activist.
I have one partner. She is a respiratory therapist, and she is the inventor of the noser. And
Wow,
then
cool.
her and I have been doing the terpene rich, which is our face serum for pro aging. And then my company basically is Mimi's Joint Jewelry, and we sell joint holders. We supply most of the stores with joint holders, fancy little, exactly, that's what we do. And I sell them wholesale, right?
Snakes. It's even got snakes. You got one in the middle.
That was a pandemic pivot, strangely enough. And now, it's caught on. It's crazy, right? So everybody wants it. So, but I mean, I pretty much sell any type of supplies as far as what you would need for lifestyle. I'm getting into more sort of pro aging stuff too, using terpenes and cannabis and cosmetics and pro aging stuff. So that's really my passion, is cosmetics, and skincare is always been a big passion of mine. So that's kind of where I'm heading now, is skincare, right? So
Yeah, there's that terpene rich face
Yep.
serum you're talking about earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. So
it's like every moment of your day is spent doing something with cannabis, it seems
absolutely, pretty much, whether I'm in a meeting or whether I'm, out in the stores filling up, because what I have to do, the stores that have my merchandise, I go and I fill it up. So I go and I do that and talk to all my customers. I am in legal stores. I am in stores on First Nations stores. I support every aspect of the, it's not our fault that we have three different industries in one. I mean, we have our legal industry,
Yeah.
we have our indigenous industry, and then we have our legacy, what we call legacy industry, which is, unregulated, right? Basically. Most of the indigenous now are all self-regulated.
Yeah. I say that Canada has three cannabis regulation industries.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, Michelle, now that you should be putting yourself into Shady Pines nursing home instead of doing all that, what drives you? I mean, goodness gracious, you've got a business, you go out and help people with their medical needs, and you're busy educating people about, shouldn't you be like getting up and watching Frasier and figuring out if Niles is going to say "I love you" to Daphne or something?
No. I'm honestly.
What drives you?
What? I'm going to tell you right now, like it was because I always tell the young people in the industry, right? You're going to be sending the limo for me to pick me up, to take me to the parties, right? Just make sure you send the limo for me and I'll be there. But, no, I'm just that type of person. I'm not even, I want to keep working as long as humanly possible, especially.
Well, why the cannabis industry? Why the cannabis industry? Wouldn't you make more money going back into hospitality or running a brothel or something?
Probably, but it's not as rewarding. It's not as rewarding. And I'm going to tell you something, and when I say that, being a part of this legal industry in Canada, putting it into words is hard, because it's like we're trailblazers, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's, we're all going to go down in history of, these are the people that did it for us, right? And that's really important to me. That's really important that, that we were here, even us people over 60, because, you know, we understand. We are bringing business experience also. There's an awful lot of people in the industry who thought, oh, yay, it's legal and we're just going to open a store and everything's going to be wonderful. Well, you have to know basic business, right? And
retail doesn't work like that. Let me ask you.
But like, you know, it's like, hey, I'm going to sell cannabis, you know, well, it just, you know.
I did retail. It
you know,
doesn't
I'm
work
proud.
like that.
You know, I try to help the stores as much as possible. I go in, I'll do like, you know, pop-ups to try to increase their sales. You know, or my merchandise is in their store. To the stores that maybe can't afford to buy my merchandise, they'll bring me in, you know, and that's fine too, because there are a lot of stores that are suffering as far as the profit margin on cannabis sucks.
I know our local store just changed hands. New company owns it.
Yeah.
Listen, Mimi, in your journey here, we're running out of time, and I just want to find this out. Canada's disturbing to me now. More I talk to Canadians. In your journey here, especially since you've become sort of vocal cannabis, I'm out there. Has the government of Canada given you any trouble personally?
No, my business isn't regulated through anything.
No, I mean you. They badmouth you along the way, or no?
Actually, no, not at all. You know, I think they have so many bigger fish to fry as far as you know, them trying to keep this legal industry afloat. But like, that's why I you know, I thought about opening a store at the beginning of all this. You know, my husband and I were actually quite interested, but I'm so glad that we went this way because, yeah, it's not a big, it's, you know, people thought it was going to be licensed to print money and it just isn't, right?
No, the failure rate down here in the United States is like 85%.
Yeah.
Yeah, the competition is huge. I mean, I live in the woods, but Tallahassee is a big city north of me, an hour or so. And there's got to be 24 hemp stores up there in Tallahassee. Probably could support 3. You know, there used to be 36. Now there's 24. Give it another couple of years. It's a product like any other product. You're showing me your products. These are unique. They're new, they're changing, etc. Pot is a banana. I mean, it's a vegetable, and I can only grow so much of it, and there's only so much of a market. Now we're trying to say, hey, this hemp thing, is way underutilized. I get that part of the story, and I want to emphasize that. But as far as we're talking about therapeutic cannabis and selling it in a retail store, and that's your only product, you ain't gonna make it.
No, exactly. You're not with that profit margin. No way. And that's why accessories are a must, because, you know, accessories, your profit margin is so much higher in accessories. And that's why I decided to stay in accessories.
Good move.
Good move.
Good move. I endorse it. I've told people on this show and a lot of other shows, they look at me like I'm nuts. They say, well, CBD or whole cannabis store, I'll make a fortune. I'm sorry to blow your brain here, but you're not going to be successful. Nope. And I mean, somebody is. But unfortunately, even down in Florida, we're fighting that mass. Somebody comes in and gets a license to open up 20 stores. Well, right away, your competition has just got really skewed and twisted badly. And so the idea is we need to broaden what we can among small business owners, not conglomerates, but America's conglomeration. And so I just see the cannabis industry just getting swallowed up like it was corn or beets.
Yeah. Well, and another aspect of this is I've shared this before the show. A friend of mine was going to be going to Illinois to pick up some medical cannabis and recreational use, and wanted to know if I wanted to get something. So I called up to Illinois to the store he was going to shop at and asked them for their prices. And like, it was like $200 and said $300 for an ounce. I was like, jeepers, I can get better on the black market. I can get a good ounce for $120. And he said, yeah, I know, but we got to pay a license fee, we got overhead to rent, we got employees to hire, we got insurance to cover. And for us to be able to stay in business, that's what we have to charge per ounce. To which I said, well, I guess I'm shopping on the black market. Thank you and goodbye.
Well, and also too, I think Illinois is one of the states that has the THC tax, which is the higher the THC, the higher the tax. So that can make it really, I know Massachusetts is the same. The higher the THC, the higher the tax. So the THC tax makes it pretty, you know. In Canada here, I mean, in the recreational store, you can get a decent ounce for $150 Canadian in the retail stores here. You know, it's not that bad, especially when you're looking at your American dollar compared to ours. But yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of the stuff was based on thinking that these people were going to be able to sell it at $10 a gram. Well, that's just not realistic. You know, it's just not realistic.
You know? I also got a question. You're pretty astute to all the laws and regulations in the different states of America. Did you learn that before?
No.
How did you learn this?
Just out of general interest, basically for me. And you know, Canadians are very astute as far as what's going on. And you know, especially when it needs to do, I stay very much on top and celebrate every state when they change their laws. So there you go. I'm not just you know, I support cannabis. Doesn't matter what country.
Good answer.
All right.
But no, we don't want to be the 51st state.
No, and you know, that's why when it comes to like the global marijuana march, it's happened in Toronto and other cities around the world. There's still lots of places around the world where it's not legalized, and there's still people being put to death. And that's why people still got to keep speaking up.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't.
All right, Michelle, we are down to the end of the hour. Is there anything you want to let the whole world know before we say?
Well, you can find me at MC Lifestyle Wholesale on Instagram. You can find me at www.mimicannabis.com. Please feel free to reach out. I love hearing especially from our American friends, and I want to come back on this show. So, because I don't think we're done talking yet. So, how about that?
Love to have you back. We'd love to have you back. Absolutely. And Al Graham, I know that people will be interested in checking out all your fantastic programming. Why don't you tell them a little bit about the Pace Radio Network, how they can find it, when they do find it, what are they going to see?
All right, you can find the Pace Radio Network, which is people advocating cannabis education at paceradio.net. We have psychedelic as well as cannabis education. You can hear from patients that tell their stories, to business owners, to whatever you want to find in the cannabis end of things. And the same with psychedelics. We talk with patients as well as others that help other patients. So it's all about helping each other.
That's right.
And Al Bird, I know that you've got this really groovy book that people should find. And why don't you tell them how to find it, a little bit more about it?
Yeah, thanks. And I'm not like Al Graham. This is my, I'm a one pony show here. I don't have another show that I do. I'm just a talking head here. But I did write that book for Country and Cannabis. It's been out a little over a year, 360 pages. You can get it at Apple Books or Amazon Books or wherever the hell you buy books. It's a book. It's an ebook. And it has a lot about what we were talking today, subjects of education. Half that book is education. Half that book is history. And I tell it by chapter, and I generally use individuals. Since I'm talking about how cannabis may help a multiple sclerosis patient, I'll tell you who that patient was that I learned this from and what happened to her, and et cetera, et cetera. And I've often felt that telling a story about real people, the good guys and the bad guys, by the way. This book has, I spend 360 pages. I got to put 10 or 15 pages in there about assholes. I did. I just could not write this book without saying these people were really shitheads, on this whole subject matter. So, he was one of the good guys. Look at him. The people that I treat negatively with justice. I didn't make anything up in this book. They were just ideologues, and they wouldn't listen. They didn't want to learn. They knew everything. Narcissists up the butt, and they were in the way.
That's like the Canadian cannabis industry.
I know. You gotta. If you read my book, Canada will figure out how to do this. I'm telling you, it's all you got to do. Read the book. But one thing I will say to Canada, if you read the book, a lot of things happen down in the United States and in the world about medical cannabis all in a short period of time. And that was driven by two things: education and registered nurses. The entire country of the United States was told by their organization, the ANA, that every nurse in the United States must learn about the benefits of therapeutic cannabis. Have to. If you want to be a nurse, you got to know this shit. And they did it twice. They've done it twice now in this country. Well, I'll tell you what. One thing a doctor doesn't want to have told to him is how to be treating somebody by a nurse. So those nurses tell their doctors, "No, you should be doing this." Well, the doctors go, "Well, maybe I should learn about this crap," But the nurses of the United States, and then the word, if you would, spread over to Europe, especially. The nurses changed this thing. Mm-hmm. So Canada needs to lean on their nurses. You mentioned a nurse practitioner. You need a leader to go to the Canadian nurses. You can borrow off the American Nurses Association. I'll tell you, they'll send somebody up there. I know they will if you just ask them. You ask them. Don't have to have the nurses ask you. Ask them if the American nurses will go up there. I bet they will, because I learned about nurses. They give a shit about patients. That's what they care about. And they don't care about big pharma. They don't care about laws. They don't care about doctors. They care about that patient. And they want that patient to have the best. So that's Country in Cannabis. It kind of explains how U.S. nurses were so involved in what you see worldwide right now. I would recommend it to you.
Okay, that's great.
And I want to let our audience know that one of the reasons why we have rebooted the network is because we want to make Time for Hemp great again. Hello. It's important to do that. But we've also got a great archive of a lot of voices who are no longer here with us. But they came onto our programs shortly before passing away to give their message about how important medical cannabis was to their health. And they want to make certain that people have access to that information. So Al and I are doing what we can to bring new content to the network so that we'll drive new audience members to what we're doing, and people will share us. And with that, we're able to hopefully educate people about medical cannabis and all the wonderful things that this plant does. Also, Al and I believe that it's important to keep control over the political population, and we do encourage you to have your local politicians spayed and neutered, and that way, we can maybe cut back on some of the problems that we're dealing with. And we do want you to go into our archives and find out all the information there. Share us with your friends and let everybody around you know just how important it is to take time for hemp.
at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now, it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp, why not us? It's time to lift the hemp ban. It's time to lift the hemp ban. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. We can work together and lift the hemp ban. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for you. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. To me from marijuana a moment, and it is so true. Marijuana legalization is linked to significant reductions in opioid overdoses, federally funded study finds. States that legalize medical and recreational cannabis see significant reductions in opioid overdoses among adults with employer-sponsored health insurance, indicating that substitution effect may be at play, according to a new federally funded study. While numerous studies have linked state legalization to reduce opioid deaths, researchers at the University of Kentucky's College of Public Health said their data is the first of its kind to identify an association between cannabis access and non-fatal opioid poisonings. The study, published in the journal Preventative Medicine Reports, analyzed claims data on 107 million commercially insured adults aged 18 to 64 from all 50 states and Washington from 2011 to 2021. 107 million people. So don't tell me it's a small study. Medical cannabis dispensaries and adult use cannabis legalization was associated with significant reductions in non-fatal opioid poisonings in the employer sponsored by insurance population. Specifically, access to medical cannabis dispensaries and recreational cannabis laws were associated with 15% and 12% reduction in non-fatal opioid overdoses per 100,000 enrollees per quarter, respectively. The reductions tied to medical dispensaries were significant for both men and women, especially notable among younger adults between the ages of 18 and 34, who saw a 23.2% reduction, the researchers found. Now, these findings suggest that expanded access to cannabis through the MCD and the RCL, which are the medical cannabis dispensaries, and the cannabis laws, is associated with lower fatal opioid overdoses among adults with employer-sponsored insurance, the study says. And greater cannabis access through the MCDs and RCL may reduce overdoses in heavily impacted populations, indicating possible substitution of cannabis for opioids. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programs. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.